The Rise of America 1620. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 276 Snow White, Sugar. Megan was absolutely right. Emma and Sarah were both truly beautiful. Even Zhao Hongyu, a man who had seen countless beauties in the media, couldn't help but acknowledge their beauty. Emma possessed a uniquely exotic charm, perfectly embodying the unrestrained and passionate spirit of an Indian girl. Coupled with the Indians' inherent reverence for nature, this gave her a unique perspective on many things, which was what Zhao Hongyu valued most. With Emma by his side, Zhao Hongyu found much greater joy. Sarah, on the other hand, was completely different. She was mature and beautiful, and she offered Zhao Hongyu a different kind of charm, a charm that the immature Emma could never possess. It could be said that through these two women, Zhao Hongyu experienced different aspects of feminine charm. Especially since one was still underage, while the other was at the peak of her feminine allure. It was undeniable that Zhao Hongyu now enjoyed what every man could only dream of. Remembering her father's advice, Emma raised her face slightly, nodding gravely at Megan's compliment. This is how Indian leaders behave when meeting outsiders. A completely Indian style, befitting her current position as the Queen of the Indians. Megan certainly wouldn't force this foreign queen to adhere to the rules of European aristocracy. Sarah, on the other hand, grasped the hem of her tutu skirt, held a small folding fan to her midriff with the other, and bowed her head slightly to the side in a noble salute. See, our European etiquette is much more pleasing to the eye, Megan thought to herself. In her opinion, neither the crown prince's handshake nor the little queen's proud Indian nod was as aesthetically pleasing as Sarah's European etiquette. Of course, he would suppress this thought firmly in his heart and would never, ever speak aloud. And you wouldn't see it on his face. Aha, a hypocritical aristocrat. I'm planning to hold a small dance party on my ship. I love crowds, so if you could invite some people, I'd be very grateful. After Zhao Hongyu introduced Sarah and Emma, he quietly inquired about Megan. Oh, it's a great honor, Your Highness. I think those nobles will go crazy for this, Megan replied with a smile. With that answer, Zhao Hongyu felt certain the event was basically on track. However, Zhao Hongyu wasn't entirely sure what kind of people would be coming. According to his plan, it would be best if some of these people weren't pro-Spanish nobles, so that he could successfully implement his plan, but this kind of thing couldn't be rushed, otherwise it would be troublesome if the truth was revealed. Zhao Hongyu wasn't a child anymore, he still had some patience. Then I'll trouble you with everything. If possible, I'll have someone prepare it right away, of course, my lord. I imagine your ship will be very lively tonight. Do you need me to provide you with some musicians and chefs? Megan asked. Zhao Hongyu shook his head. I have them on board. You don't have to worry about that. Don't you think it would be wonderful to enjoy exotic food and music at night? Zhao Hongyu had no interest in the aristocratic court music of that era, it only made one drowsy. So, Zhao Hongyu declined Megan's kind offer. He also had no interest in the European food of that era. It was just stew, nothing fancy, nothing fancy. It was pure garbage. For the greedy Zhao Hongyu, it was pure torture. Honestly, although the European food of that era was stewed, it was far inferior to the stews of northeast China. If it had even 20% of the flavor of northeastern cuisine, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't have held such a grudge. Just add some water and a handful of salt. Is stewing food a delicacy? Damn it. I feel so sorry for the European aristocrats of this era. American blockbusters can be deceptive, with European aristocrats enjoying exquisite pastries. That's all a lie. That kind of life wouldn't exist until the 18th century, and not every aristocrat even had it. And it's only the 17th century, over 100 years away. Prices in Europe are exorbitant, and the people are suffering, even the aristocracy. With someone like Megan, Zhao Hongyu was almost certain that if he took off his boots, the socks would be leaking. The European aristocracy of this era was only superficially impressive, but underneath, they were just empty shells. Frando, Megan turned and called out. A fat man in servant's clothes came running over from a distance. Master, what are your instructions? Megan looked at him seriously and said, go back immediately and use my business card to distribute it to the nobles in Lisbon. Tell them that His Highness Yu is going to hold a ball on his ship at dusk and has entrusted me to invite them. I hope they can come. Okay, Master, I'll do it right away. The fat man nodded and immediately turned to get off the boat. This is my butler. I feel very comfortable with him by my side. Watching the fat figure of Frando leave, Megan said to Zhao Hongyu. Having a comfortable butler will indeed save the master a lot of trouble. It also allows the master to have more time to enjoy life and the good things in life, instead of being entangled in trivial matters all day long. Right, Zhao Hongyu echoed. Megan smiled and said, Your Highness, your words always make me think deeply. The philosophy contained within them is truly admirable. Yes, having a comfortable butler does make things much easier for us. Without them, I can't imagine handling all those chores on my own. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hongyu and Megan both pretended to laugh happily. Both of them were talented actors. Seeing Sarah's bursts of speech beside them, Emma was the only one who didn't notice anything was wrong. She couldn't understand what was so funny about the words. What a chat? Then, Zhao Hongyu led Megan to the attic roof of the captain's room at the stern. There, Wang Shan had already set up a comfortable sofa, a coffee table, and exquisite snacks. He even brewed a pot of black tea and a jug of milk. Country bumpkins, let me show you what life is like. Zhao Hongyu's lips curled slightly. He thought to himself. Up here, everyone can enjoy the comfort of the fresh sea breeze, away from the noise of the shore and the stench of the streets. Watching the ships around him slowly enter or depart the harbor, the sailors bustling about, I felt a sense of relief. Seagulls circled in the sky, occasionally chirping before landing on the poles. This is our American specialty. Black tea with milk. You can try it. Zhao Hongyu gestured for Wang Shan to pour a cup for him and Megan, then extended his hand in a please gesture. What is this, Your Highness? Megan, experiencing this beverage for the first time, was genuinely curious. This is a type of tea. It's red when brewed, unlike the teas imported from the East or Manhattan these days. Drinking it regularly is very good for your stomach, Zhao Hongyu explained to Megan with a smile. He then had Wang Shan pour some milk, opened the lid of the glass container of sugar in front of him, and used a small spoon to scoop some sugar into the cup. You can add more sugar, depending on your taste. After stirring it briefly to allow the sugar to dissolve thoroughly, Zhao Hongyu took a sip of the milk tea. It's really delicious. Come on, try it yourself, Zhao Hongyu said, putting down his cup and leaning back against the sofa. He turned to look at Megan. But Megan, at that moment, looked as if she had witnessed something incredible. Her mouth was slightly open, like a fool. Viscount Megan. What's wrong with you, Viscount Megan? Viscount Megan. Zhao Hongyu called out twice, and Megan shuddered before coming back to his senses. He stared in shock at the glass container of sugar on the coffee table before him, then turned back to Zhao Hongyu. His lips trembled as if he was about to say something. Perhaps from excessive excitement, he was completely speechless. Viscount Megan, what's wrong with you? Zhao Hongyu asked with concern, a puzzled look on his face. Your Highness, is this sugar? It took a long time for Megan to utter a complete sentence. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Yes, this is our empire's specialty, white sugar. Why, are you interested in it? More than interested, she was incredibly interested. Megan was screaming inwardly. Seeing Megan's reaction, Zhao Hongyu chuckled inwardly. Not bad, the effect was just as he'd predicted, with no surprises at all. He couldn't understand why Megan was acting like this, he was just playing dumb. In reality, Zhao Hongyu knew exactly why Megan seemed to transform upon seeing the white sugar. The root of the problem lay in the sugar itself. Yes, snow white, sugar. In this era, the main commodities traded at sea were a few: tea, silk, tobacco, slaves, sugar cane, ceramics, and gold and silver from the Americas. Of course, other commodities existed, but they weren't as profitable. Sugar, in particular, rivaled tea, silk, and ceramics in value, demonstrating the immense demand for sugar in the European market. Unfortunately, due to technological limitations of the era, the sugar produced was often sugar cane, which had a low sugar content and wasn't very attractive. But all this was reversed when Megan met Bai Tang. Chapter 277 I Want a Concession. Snow white sugar, like silver and gold in Europe, was a symbol of wealth. No one could fully explain why people in Europe and the Arab world had such a fondness for this sweet treat. But no one would delve into this question. All that mattered was that sugar brought wealth, right? Europe produced little sugar, so almost all the sugar had to be shipped from Africa or India to meet its sugar needs. After the discovery of the Americas, Spain seized control of the best sugar-producing areas. Central America. This alleviated the demand for sugar somewhat. However, due to various issues with transportation, production, laws, cultivation, processing, and preservation, sugar remained a relatively luxurious commodity for most Europeans. Even so, it couldn't resist the Europeans' and Arabs' quest for sweetness. At the time, sugar was primarily granulated sugar or cane sugar, and its color was often rather dull. Some even contained sand. Even the nobility were not immune. Eating sugar with sand in it was common. But today, Megan saw something unbelievable. White sugar. Yes, pure white sugar, like snowflakes. It completely overturned his expectations. Sugar like this could drive people crazy, and he was certain he was already a little crazy. With Zhao Hongayu's comfort, he tremblingly followed Zhao Hongayu's instructions, adding a little milk and then some sugar to the black tea. Wow, the taste was simply wonderful. Sugar in this era wasn't very sweet, but that wasn't the case with white sugar. Just a tiny amount, and you could enjoy that sweet, addictive flavor. Megan's eyes moistened, tears forming. Zhao Hongayu's reaction made him grumble inwardly. It's just a little sugar. He knew it would shock him, but it wasn't enough to bring him to tears. In reality, Zhao Hongayu had no idea. Despite his assessment and prediction, he still underestimated the significance of sugar to Europeans. Isn't the production of this kind of white sugar high in your highness's country? It took a great effort for Megan to calm his rapidly beating heart. Once he had suppressed his excitement and regained his composure, he immediately saw a business opportunity. A chance to monopolize the market and prosper his family. It was white sugar. He knew it well. He could recite the various commodities traded between the Song Empire and Europe practically by heart. And among them, white sugar was completely absent. In other words, if the production of this kind of white sugar was high, then he could definitely negotiate with the crown prince. If he could secure exclusive distribution rights, the benefits would be unimaginable. Of course, even if the production was low, it didn't matter, there would still be a market for it if he bought high and sold high. Could there be a market for this kind of snow-white sugar? If he couldn't secure exclusive distribution rights, he would also inquire about the production volume and strive to secure the largest quota. That way, he could earn more wealth and become a wealthy man, instead of relying on his family or his mistress for his expenses like he was now. He'd had enough of the days of being a glamorous aristocrat. Now that he had such an opportunity, why not seize it? When it came to wealth and opportunity, the directness of Europeans was completely different from the subtlety of Easterners. They knew what they wanted and were willing to sacrifice their dignity to secure their share. Zhao Hongyu heard this. He picked up the quilt and took a sip of his milk tea before smiling and replying, "As much as you want, we guarantee the quality." "What? Are you interested?" Zhao Hongyu glanced at Megan casually. Megan's heart beat faster after hearing Zhao Hongyu's answer. He seemed to see a glittering golden god, beckoning him, and with every wave, countless gold coins would fall towards him. Damn, luck was unstoppable. It was a good thing the nobles he'd first notified didn't show up, otherwise this would have been a big deal. Although those guys were partners with his family in maritime trade, who wouldn't want to take the biggest share of the profits if they could? This kind of sugar is readily available, which means the Song Empire's production is very high. This gives her ample room for negotiation. If she can drive the price down, the profit margin will be enormous. But why wouldn't the Song Empire sell this sugar? This is a very puzzling question. Therefore, Megan felt the need to ask for clarification. Your Highness, I'm very optimistic about this kind of sugar. It has high commercial value. But I don't understand why I don't see it on the list of Song Empire's foreign trade commodities, Megan asked, somewhat puzzled. I think it's a pity. If the Song Empire is willing to sell this sugar, I'd be the first to become its agent. While asking her own question, Megan also revealed her intention to Zhao Hongyu. How could Zhao Hongyu not understand Megan's little calculation? Besides, he wasn't unaware of the principle that scarcity makes things valuable. He simply had his reasons for saying so. Did Zhao Hongyu know that explaining Megan's low sugar production and limited quantities would be beneficial to him? He certainly understood. He wasn't stupid. After glancing at Megan, Zhao Honggai answered her question. My country produces a lot of sugar, but its sales are restricted. Because my country has a large population, the local population consumes a huge amount of sugar. Almost all the sugar produced each year is consumed by the local population. Zhao Honggai shrugged helplessly. If we export large quantities, it will inevitably affect the domestic population. And because of the export of sugar, the price of sugar will also increase, which will be very worrying for the people. We have to consider this aspect, so we restrict sugar exports. Zhao Honggai explained the reason behind this, which he had made up, of course. But Megan actually believed it. Oh, what a shame. The disappointment on Megan's face was so real that it was obvious at a glance. Why? Are you interested in this product? Zhao Honggai asked knowingly. Megan wasn't hypocritical. He nodded. Yes, more than interested. I'd like to be your agent. Megan was well aware of the potential benefits of the sugar trade. If he truly mastered it, wealth would flow into his pockets endlessly. How could he possibly not care? You look pleasant, but if you truly want to trade sugar, I think there are ways, Zhao Honggai said to Megan after a moment of prudence. Megan's heartbeat quickened again, and he quickly asked, Your Highness, what else do you have? Greed is humanity's original sin. Driven by greed, humans lose their ability to think for profit. They'll even sell things for money. But Zhao Honggai favored such people because they offered him greater benefits. I can sell you the sugar from my territory, but the quantity won't be large. Only about 10,000 tons a year. And the price isn't cheap. That's the best I can do, Zhao Honggai said to Megan after gritting his teeth. A quantity of around 10,000 tons wasn't exactly cheap, but that wasn't a big deal for Megan. Scarcity makes things valuable, and if he bought at a high price, he could sell at a high price. It didn't matter to him. Really, Your Highness? If that's true, thank you so much. Zhao Honggai's words suggested that the Song Empire's sugar couldn't be sold outside of the country, meaning he was the sole buyer of those 10,000 tons annually. Did that mean Megan had a monopoly on the sugar trade? Oh my god, this was a blessing in disguise. As long as the Song Empire maintained this policy, he could earn a fortune and live a life of luxury. But the question was, why would this young prince offer such a good thing to him? Was it really, as he said, just because he liked her? Clearly, anyone who believed that was a fool, the biggest fool in the world. Megan didn't believe it. Your Highness, what do you want? Megan is no fool. I don't think you've given me such a great benefit without asking for something else. If you did, I wouldn't know if I should trust you anymore. Megan calmed down and looked at Zhao Honggai seriously. Zhao Honggai laughed. Of course, I do have a small request. The reason I'm helping you so much is because I hope you can give me something in return, right? Seeing that Megan had taken the bait, Zhao Honggai began to state his request. You are the highest administrator in Lisbon, and you hold supreme power here. I hope you can grant me some convenience within your authority. It's actually very simple. I plan to lease a piece of land near the port of Lisbon as an imperial concession. Wang Shan, standing behind Megan, grinned. Concession? What the hell is that? Your Highness, I'm a little confused. What do you mean by that? Concession was difficult for Megan to understand. He wasn't sure what it was, so he asked Zhao Honggai for an explanation. Chapter 278, Keep a Backhand. White sugar was Zhao Honggai's bait, and his target was Megan, the hunter. Whether he would ultimately catch his prey, as he wished, was uncertain. But at least for now, things looked good. A concession is simple. We both sign an agreement to designate an area as the headquarters for our empire. We also have the right to station troops there, though not too many, so you can set a limit on the number. We also have judicial authority, replicating the later Chinese concession laws. Zhao Honggai explained the matter in detail to Megan. I can pay. After all, renting a place still costs money, right? I just hope the price is cheaper, and the lease term is longer. After explaining the concession to Megan, Zhao Honggai sat quietly, watching him, awaiting his prey's reaction. It sounded like he had nothing to lose, and they were paying, weren't they? The more complex issue is the right to station troops, and the fact that they had the right to exercise their power within the concession, which was a bit more difficult. While he could sign an agreement with His Highness, some things were beyond his authority. Why, is it a bit difficult? Zhao Honggai asked, feigning concern when Megan fell silent. If it's truly that difficult, then forget it. I heard from my wife that the rights to Portugal belong to Spain. I might as well go to Madrid and find those nobles to negotiate a deal, he feigned resignation and casually remarked. Zhao Hongayu's face showed deep disappointment. But who could have known he was faking it? At least Megan didn't see it. That was enough. Though Zhao Hongayu's words were casual, they sounded different to Megan. He suddenly came to his senses. After hearing Zhao Hongayu's words, he was Spanish. What was the big deal about renting out Portuguese land? In the end, it was the Portuguese who would suffer. Spain had nothing to do with it. Besides, there was a vast expanse of wasteland near the port of Lisbon that no one cared about. That piece of wasteland would be useless if left there anyway. So, why not rent it to the young prince and win his favor? It would also increase Spain's treasury revenue. You know, the Spanish are so poor these days, they're practically broke, yet they're still trying to look their best. As a Spaniard, I understand this all too well. Thinking about it this way, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. And Megan is almost certain. If I don't agree, then I can forget about Bai Tang. The young prince will definitely not make this deal with me. If he goes to Madrid and the nobles there see Bai Tang, they'll probably come forward to help him settle the matter. The crown prince will still get what he wants. The end result will be nothing, and he'll even fall out with the crown prince. Who knows if he'll end up on the crown prince's blacklist and even lose his share of American goods. He doesn't want that to happen. Everything in the world has its pros and cons. Good things can turn into bad things. It all depends on how you choose. Megan was well aware of this. Now, he faced a choice. Choosing right would bring him great benefits. Choosing wrong would lead to a catastrophic fall. Your Highness, how much land do you require? How much are you willing to pay for it? Very quickly, Megan made his choice. He knew exactly which to choose between his own interests and Portugal's. The interests of the Portuguese? Damn it, he was Spanish. Aha, it seems Viscount Megan has made your choice, hasn't he? I'm glad you made the right choice. I believe our friendship will last forever. Zhao Hongyu smiled happily. I need a lot of land. I plan to build a small community with a hospital, housing, schools, a theater, and all the necessary amenities. Of course, there will also be military barracks and embassies. Zhao Hongyu slowly spoke to Megan, trying to recall everything he remembered about the foreign concessions during that chaotic era in China. But you don't have to worry. I'll cover the construction costs, of course. You won't have to contribute a single peso. And once it's built, when the concession expires and we no longer rent it, everything there will be returned to the city of Lisbon. Zhao Hongyu blushed a little at his words. But he still had to say them. 30,000 gold pesos for a 1 square kilometer lease for 100 years. Zhao Hongyu offered his price. The rest was easy to negotiate, but this price was a bit low. 30,000 gold pesos isn't a lot, technically speaking, but for 1 square kilometer, it's a bit much. And the lease is for 100 years, Your Highness, isn't the price too low? I can't justify it. You know those nobles in Madrid are tough to beat, Megan said to Zhao Hongyu with some embarrassment. Zhao Hongyu raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and shook it. No. 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 That's not cheap. 30 silver pesos can buy a cow, and a dock worker in Lisbon only makes 2.5 silver pesos a month. Zhao Hongyu disagreed with Megan's statement. Before arriving in Europe, Zhao Hongyu had inquired with Sarah, so he knew something about Europe's current consumption and wage levels. So, he was no novice. Although his silver and gold dividends piled up like a mountain inside the Manhattan castle, that didn't mean he could spend them without asking the price. Only a fool would do that. I don't need land in the city. Just give me a piece of wasteland on the outskirts. You can't cultivate that wasteland anyway, right? You can't turn pesos into pesos if you keep it, so you might as well give it to me, Zhao Hongyu said. And after I finish building it and the contract expires 100 years later, everything will belong to you. Right, that made sense, but Megan still felt something was amiss. Okay, Megan. I'm glad you've agreed to the concession. You can discuss the details with my chief of guards. I think you should focus on the sugar issue for now. Zhao Hongyu didn't want to give Megan too much time to think, so he brought up the sugar issue. As expected, when Zhao Hongyu mentioned the sugar, Megan's attention was diverted. I think I could give you some more sugar. I have quite a bit of it in my Manhattan territory anyway. Sometimes I can't use it all. And since you're such a good friend, I might as well give you some. Zhao Hongyu's words really excited Megan. Wang Shan stood behind Megan, a faint smile on his face. Humph. He's really been blinded by the gold coins. But it doesn't matter. For us, if we can get it done with money, then we should spend it. In short, everything is going well now. Wang Shan, sort out the concession documents and hand them over to Viscount Megan. We'll just sign the agreement. There's no need for such a hassle. Also, put together a sugar trade agreement. I'll supply Viscount Megan with 20,000 tons of sugar annually. Megan was about to say something when Zhao Hongyu urged simplicity. But Zhao Hongyu suddenly changed the subject and returned to the sugar topic. Well, the concession agreement and the sugar agreement had to be signed together. Without the concession, there was no sugar either, and there certainly wouldn't be any. The good news, however, was that sugar production had doubled, and he had exclusive access. For Viscount Megan, that was good news. As for the concession documents, hell, who cared? Poor Viscount Megan didn't realize it yet. The young man before him claimed the exclusive supply was a joke, a way to prevent Megan from becoming too powerful. Zhao Hongyu had left a loophole, but Viscount Megan didn't notice. And after Zhao Hongyu's earlier complaints, he actually believed it. Zhao Hongyu and Megan were chatting, while Wang Shan went to the captain's room to prepare documents. Because he was not very familiar with Spanish, Wang Shan could only ask for help from the queen, Sarah. As a noble, Sarah was proficient in English, Spanish, French and Latin. She could listen, read and write skillfully, so the documents needed Sarah's assistance. Sarah followed behind Wang Shan. After arriving at the captain's room, Sarah couldn't help but said to Wang Shan, I think you should tell you that sugar is a very popular commodity. It can be sold at a high price here. And it is also a disadvantage to give it to Viscount Megan for exclusive sales. It's just that the men were talking about things just now, and I couldn't interrupt. But as his wife, I can't watch him suffer such a loss, absolutely not. And if Megan becomes bigger, it will not be good for us. Sarah hoped that Wang Shan could tell Zhao Hongyu about this and remind him. After hearing Sarah's words and seeing her somewhat worried expression, Wang Shan smiled. Your Highness, do you really think we only have so much sugar? It's true that Megan exclusively sells sugar under your Highness's name, but it's only under your Highness's name. Wang Shan hinted at something. Sarah was stunned at first, but then quickly realized. Are you saying that the sugar empire actually has more than this? She asked cautiously. Wang Shan nodded and replied, yes, we can supply as much sugar as you need. But we don't plan to sell it on a large scale right now, because we simply don't need that much money right now. This is the only way we can exchange for what we need. Actually, Wang Shan hadn't said anything more. The gold coin trading price within the space-time exchange was too low, which was a loss, so they hadn't started selling sugar. The existing goods were more than enough to cover the current development costs. Any more would be useless and a waste. The price of gold within the virtual space-time exchange had fallen to 180 yuan per gram due to their large-scale sales, and it continued to fall. At the same time, the market for gold coin collectors had plummeted to parity with gold, no longer valued as an antique or collectible. God bless you, Zhao Hongyu and his team must have sold countless coins and gold. But that wasn't the main issue. The main issue is that the prices of goods purchased from the space-time trader had begun to rise sharply, while the prices of goods they were selling had begun to fall. Therefore, many things had to be temporarily halted, otherwise the price system would collapse completely. This was why Zhao Hongyu and his team had to implement a rationing system to trade with the Europeans. To keep prices from rising, Zhao Hongyu excluded certain commodities from the export list, including sugar. The price of pickled mustard tuber alone had risen from 50 cents to 2 yuan, demonstrating the magnitude of the increase. Such issues forced Zhao Hongyu and his team to pay close attention and caution. It was understandable that Sarah didn't know about these extremely confidential matters. Zhao Hongyu hadn't even told Emma, whom he trusted. You're so cunning. Megan's been fooled by you, Sarah, understanding the whole story, scoffed at Wang Shan. Wang Shan then prepared vellum and a quill pen, and Sarah began drafting the document in Latin. Wang Shan explained the concessions rights and other matters to Sarah, detail by detail. As they worked on the document, Sarah would occasionally ask questions. If you follow this approach, Megan won't become too powerful, right? Wang Shan replied with a smile, of course. We can't help but be on guard against such a greedy guy. God knows what foolish things he'll do when faced with such huge profits. So, If he uses his trade monopoly to fight us, we'll sell sugar on a large scale to others as a means of striking him down." Sarah nodded. She understood the severity of this tactic and why her little man was acting this way. It was simple. For Europe, a contract was sacred and highly binding. Therefore, once Zhao Hongao and Megan had signed the sugar trade agreement, it couldn't be easily torn up. During the trade period, Megan would have a complete monopoly on the sugar trade. If either party violated the agreement, their reputation would be tarnished, and no one would trust them anymore, no matter what they did. This was a terrifying prospect. Therefore, to prevent any potential consequences, Zhao Hongao had a plan in reserve. "I don't object to your approach. It's right to leave yourself a way out," Sarah said to Wang Shan, while her handwriting continued to be written in Latin using a goose feather dipped in ink. "But I don't understand. What is he building a concession for?" Sarah was very confused by this question. In her opinion, this was simply too much money with nowhere to spend it. It was a waste of money. Chapter 279. What he could not know. Zhao Hongao and his companions arrived in Lisbon, a city belonging to Portugal, but its owner, Portugal, was controlled by Spain. Therefore, Sarah couldn't understand what the point of having a piece of wasteland here was. She was completely confused, and even felt that her little man was a spendthrift. "Your Majesty, the details are a bit complicated, and I can't explain them all at once. But what I can tell you is that establishing a concession here will be of great benefit to us." Wang Shan couldn't answer Sarah's question quickly, so he knew that telling Sarah about this would be beneficial, and the benefits were enormous. The concession would have judicial power and would be independent of Portuguese jurisdiction. Criminals entering the concession would be detained and arrested by the concession itself, and Portuguese troops would have the right to enter the concession. As the two chatted, Wang Shan instructed Sarah as she wrote the agreement documents. When Sarah came to the concession's rights, she suddenly realized that if this concession was managed in this way, it would become a country within a country. If you do this, wouldn't it be a country within a country? And you have the right to station troops. Portuguese law can't be implemented within the concession. What are you trying to do? After having such doubts, Sarah lowered her voice and asked Wang Shan. Haha. Hearing this, Wang Shan laughed. When the laughter died down, Wang Shan replied, "Yes, we're going to create a country within a country. The most important thing about this concession is the right to station troops there, along with other rights. Basically, it's like we've spent a little money to buy a limited-term enclave in Lisbon." Sarah paused for a moment before saying, "Megan's not stupid. She wouldn't agree to such an offer, would she? You know, it would be tantamount to disregarding Portugal's interests." Wang Shan curled his lips. "Megan is a Spanish official, not a Portuguese. Spain is financially strapped right now, and their military operations in the Netherlands aren't going well. So, we're paying 30,000 gold pesos a year for the land. That's a lot of money for them. So, Spain won't refuse. And since Megan wants the sugar distribution rights, there's no problem with him adding it. It's all about profit, isn't it?" After Wang Shan finished his long speech, Sarah pondered it and realized it made perfect sense. Spain is so poor these days that Wang Shan can barely afford to wear pants. As long as he doesn't tell anyone about it and asks them to sell their asses, it's probably fine. Now, someone in Lisbon is paying to rent wasteland. How could they possibly refuse? That's 30,000 gold pesos a year, equivalent to 300,000 or 400,000 silver pesos. And the cost of maintaining a 10,000-man army, plus salaries, is just that much a year. Therefore, Spain couldn't possibly ignore it. Besides, Lisbon belongs to Portugal. Even if there's a loss, it's Portugal's, not Spain's, right? Therefore, Wang Shan can conclude that His Highness's plan is entirely successful. The first European concession has been secured. It's not large, just 1 kilometer. But Wang Shan is confident that with increased ties with Europe, expansion is inevitable. And if Zhao Hongao wants to use this concession for something big, maybe even expanding its scope. Haha, who knows, but things have to be done, right? The entire jump took Sarah 8 pages of brown paper to complete, densely packed with details detailing the rights granted to the concession. This, of course, was within the concession itself. Lisbon's existing interests remained unchanged. In other words, Lisbon's interests remained intact. Megan was still able to collect the same amount of tax revenue. And with a concession, he could also pay an additional 30,000 gold pesos annually, a considerable sum. All he had to pay was a piece of wasteland outside Lisbon, a piece of land that no one ever visited, never used, and would never be used. This was practically Zhao Hongyu giving Spain money. This was a good thing. Zhao Hongyu's explanation for the concessions' independent judicial power and the right to station troops was simple: to deal with lawless imperial personnel, while the garrison was to protect the concessions' security. This explanation made sense, but it depended on whether Spain and Megan would take it too seriously. If so, it would be quite troublesome. However, with the 30,000 gold pesos paving the way and Megan acting as the agent for the sugar trade, these issues should be easily resolved. Okay, I'm done. Check to see if there are any omissions. If not, we'll give it to them, Sarah said, looking up at Wang Shan after completing the agreement. Oh, it's done. Let me take a look. I hope there aren't any omissions. Wang Shan approached and picked up the English document, carefully examining it. He was grateful to Sarah for writing it in 3 languages, English, Latin, and Spanish. Otherwise, Wang Shan would have found it incredibly difficult to understand. After carefully reviewing the citation version, Wang Shan put down the agreement and looked at Sarah. Very good, nothing's wrong. I think we can leave now. Although Sarah still had many questions for Wang Shan and many questions about the concession, now was clearly not the time to delve into them. After sorting through the agreement, Sarah and Wang Shan left the captain's cabin. Up in the attic, Zhao Hongyu and Megan were chatting and laughing, clearly enjoying themselves. Emma, however, had vanished. It was unclear where the girl had gone. Where's Emma? Why is she gone? Sarah asked, looking around when she didn't see Emma. She went to see her cougar. The little one's staying here for a while, Zhao Hongyu shrugged and replied. Oh, this cream cake is absolutely delicious. This is the first time I've ever known such a delicacy existed. At this moment, Megan put down the plate of cake in her hands, stepped forward, and nodded to Sarah. While Sarah and Wang Shan were away, Zhao Hongyu treated Megan to milk tea and cake, letting her enjoy the sensation of the taste buds. Honestly, cake didn't exist in this era. Megan was arguably the first European to taste it. His first bite of the cake was instantly captivated by the milky and sweet flavor. Combined with the rich, fragrant milk tea, he realized that food could be so delicious. The food he'd eaten before was simply garbage. But Zhao Hongyu told him it was just a snack, not a full meal. In the Song Empire, the average family's main meal now consisted of 3 dishes and a soup. Megan was envious. My goodness. Compared to the people of the Song Empire, this nobleman really looked like a beggar. At that time, ordinary people in Europe were still eating overcooked oatmeal porridge. This was the average family's 2 meals a day, but back in the Song Empire, people were already eating 3 dishes and a soup, 3 or even 4 times a day. Oh my God, what kind of life was that? Were the people of the Song Empire so wealthy? From everyday things, Megan could basically infer the living conditions of the people of the Song Empire, and it made sense. Besides, the merchants and sailors who went to Manhattan for trade would talk about America when they returned to Europe, and Megan knew a lot about it. So, he didn't think Zhao Hongyu was bragging. At least, many people said so, and Zhao Hongyu, as an American, was just corroborating these stories. There were actually reasons why the people of the Song Empire lived so well. First, there were fewer people and more land, which was completely different from Europe. Europe has a large population and limited land, and much of that land has been annexed by large landowners and aristocrats. This has led to extremes, with the rich becoming richer and the poor becoming poorer. However, this situation was not seen in the Song Empire. Because the Song Empire was relatively new, and the land was controlled by the Umbrella Corporation, even Zhao Hongyu only had access to a small portion. The genetics distributed the land to establish farms and estates. Therefore, the citizens of the empire in Manhattan enjoyed a comfortable life. Furthermore, the Mohicans on Manhattan Island were also cultivating the land and planting crops, ensuring an abundant winter food supply in Manhattan during the autumn harvest. Even so, the empire still had a lot of land, all of which was owned by the Umbrella Corporation. Europe could not compare to the Song Empire. Furthermore, America was rich in resources, with a diverse wildlife population and abundant fish stocks, making protein easily available. This was another advantage over Europe. At this time in Europe, wildlife had been completely depleted by impoverished people. Even the fish in streams and rivers had been depleted, and the fish stocks in the coastal waters were gradually shrinking. It can be said that Europe today truly cannot compare to America. If Zhao Hongyu hadn't appeared, Europe could have once again prospered thanks to the American continent. But the problem was that history had distorted itself. Zhao Hongyu, an outsider, had entered this era and rewritten the history of the Americas. Therefore, Europe's attempt to follow the original historical process and rise to the top of the world by utilizing the resources and land of the American continent became somewhat impossible. However, Megan had no way of knowing this. Chapter 280 The Crowd of Hatred of the Rich. Hey, look how muscular these guys are. I bet they're as fierce as lions in bed. As Zhao Hongyu, Megan, Sarah, and Wang Shan discussed various issues regarding the agreement on the ship, the crowd gathered on the street near the dock. On the shore beneath the battleship, a group of geneticists lined up with their heads held high, showcasing the charisma of the American gods to the onlookers. Unlike the malnourished Europeans of the era, these genetic warriors were tall, energetic, and possessed a distinctly masculine demeanor. This captivated the tattered women on shore, all of whom were drenched in ordinary clothing. Unfortunately, the genetic warriors showed no interest in the women who constantly flirted with them, God forbid. These women not only had yellow teeth, but many also had rotten teeth. When they smiled, you could practically see the disgusting rotten gums. To be interested in such women, one would have to have a very strong taste. The genetic warriors couldn't stand it anyway. So, they turned their gazes completely blank, ignoring the flirtatious women. Come on, young man, spend a wonderful night with me. I'm at the Nightcat Tavern, and I'll pay you anything you want. A woman, seemingly of unknown age and wearing grimy, greasy clothes, lifted her skirt to reveal her undergarments and shouted at the genetic warriors. The genetic warriors then realized that European women of that era didn't wear underwear, their lower bodies completely bare, whether for comfort or to save money. Hey, boys, are you all just wooden? Say something, you sons of bitches. The women teased the genetic warriors, but they remained unmoved. The men, filled with jealousy, began to hurl at them. They were jealous of the cleanliness of these young Americans and their beautiful clothes. In contrast, they wore filthy, greasy, and tattered clothes, their soles peeling off, their big toes gleaming black. Their faces, malnourished from lack of food, were devoid of color, a pale sallow and greenish hue. But the Americans, on the other hand, were full of energy and rosy complexions, their lives far better than theirs. No wonder the women watching were so fond of them. After all, women just love men like that, right? And so, the men onlookers were filled with envy and resentment. You sons of bitches, go back. Lisbon doesn't welcome you, you barbaric native bastards. Obscene language filled the area near the battleship's dock. Captain, do we need to respond? The genetic vice-captain approached the captain and demanded. He could see that the European bastards not far away were slowly sinking into a frenzy. If they were allowed to continue this rampant, disastrous consequences would likely follow. Therefore, he wondered if they could react to these European idiots and teach them a lesson. At the very least, they should strike and eliminate them immediately, just in case something were to happen. I don't have authorization to issue military orders, the genetic leader replied, shaking his head. For these mass-produced idiots, they couldn't issue orders without authorization, which was a weakness. In this respect, they couldn't compare to geneticists with individual personalities and intelligence. Fortunately, through real-life experience, there was a high chance that these mass-produced idiots would mutate and acquire individual personalities and intelligence, but this was only a minority. Wait for orders. We can't retaliate without them. The leader was helpless, but deep down, his soul kept reminding him to follow orders and not act on his own. So, he could only apologize to his deputy. The Lisbon idiots, who had been stirring around, immediately perked up when they saw the geneticists remained unmoved. They had assumed that these people from the Americas wouldn't dare to do anything to them. So, their boldness gradually grew. Then, their words became increasingly obscene and unbearable. We make you look so spirited, wear beautiful clothes, and attract women. We make you think you're better than us. Envy had twisted the minds of these Lisbonese bastards. They began to act aggressively, some even picking up rocks and throwing them at the genetic warriors. Fortunately, Megan had brought some troops ashore, in addition to the genetic warriors. While their numbers weren't large, only about 30, they were Lisbon warriors after all. They didn't know whether to disperse these bastards or arrest them. They had never encountered a situation like this before. This time, it wasn't about rebellion against Spain, or food, or even a riot. This situation was truly bizarre. So, when they couldn't come up with a plan, they simply boarded the ship and sought Megan's advice. Meanwhile, events on the shore also caught the attention of Megan and Zhao Hongyu. What's going on down there? Why are those people throwing rocks? Did we do something wrong? Zhao Hongyu's expression turned grim. He paused his conversation with Megan about the concession agreement and demanded with a serious expression. Honestly, Zhao Hongyu didn't think they had done anything wrong. Furthermore, they hadn't even gone downtown, not even left the docks. It was impossible for them to do anything so offensive. Therefore, the actions of those on the shore were completely illogical, and Zhao Hongyu couldn't understand them. Not only was Zhao Hongyu curious, Megan was also deeply curious, and at the same time, he was furious. He could see that Zhao Hongyu, the crown prince of the empire, was suppressing his anger. It seemed as if something like this would affect the matter they were discussing. This was a serious matter, as it concerned the sugar trade he and Zhao Hongyu were discussing. If this matter was affected, Megan would not tolerate it. These damn beggars and thieves, how could they do such a thing? If this matter offended the crown prince, or if he blamed her and left, wouldn't the sugar trade be ruined? Megan swore that this would never happen. This represented a huge fortune, and whether she could live a wealthy life depended on the success of this sugar trade. He no longer wanted to use his mistress's money to embellish his appearance, nor did he want to wear patched underwear and socks that exposed his toes. Although he looked glamorous on the outside, who knew that he was actually rotten inside? European aristocrats were basically the same as Megan now. Some were even worse off than him. Although he was the administrator of Lisbon, his life was not that good. Your Highness, please don't be angry. I will get to the bottom of this. Thinking of this, Megan said to Zhao Hongyu and stood up. Just then, the captain of the guards, who had stayed on the shore, came up and asked, "What's going on down there? Why are those damned lowlifes rioting?" The captain smiled bitterly and replied, "I don't understand. The imperial soldiers were just standing there, fine, and suddenly the crowd started to stir. I heard some of them shouting something, and it seems like they were jealous of the imperial soldiers' attire." The captain's face burned as he voiced this speculation. It was also incredibly strange. Just because someone else was dressed better, those people started rioting. It was too bizarre. Megan's face turned grim. This reason was simply unbelievable and utterly idiotic. But Zhao Hongyu, who was sitting there, didn't see it that way. After all, he had heard a term from later generations, hatred of the rich. Of course, these agitated Lisbon idiots were simply mad at the rich, unlike the later generations. In later times, hatred of the riches, in essence, hatred of the wealthy and powerful who are unkind and whose income is illegally derived. People hate them because they perceive injustice in them. They hate not those who have achieved wealth through hard work, but those who exploit unfair competition and exploit profits through unscrupulous and illegal means. Unfortunately, this concept has been distorted by the media, becoming conflated with the term hatred of the rich. Meanwhile, the Lisbon rioters causing trouble are simply out of hatred for the rich. They're simply angry because the genetically modified soldiers are better dressed, have a rosy complexion, and live better lives than they do. This is a completely different concept from what we see in later times. Viscount Megan, they're just hating the rich. They're hating those who are richer and better off than they are, Zhao Hongyu said. I think the people of Lisbon hold such a serious view, and it could affect our cooperation. If we reach an agreement, I'll set up a trade office within the concession, but this anti-rich mentality will force me to make new considerations. Viscount Megan's eyes flickered upon hearing this. He was most afraid of affecting his cooperation with Zhao Hongyu, and now he needed to prove something to Zhao Hongyu. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 281, A Terrible Person. Your Highness, don't worry too much. These guys won't affect our cooperation, and I won't let them. Absolutely not, Megan assured Zhao Hongyu. Then, turning to her captain, she said, order the guards to deal with the rioters. They're insulting our distinguished guests and stirring up hostility toward a country with good intentions. Anyone who resists will be executed on the spot. After receiving this order, the captain immediately turned and left to carry out the order. Do you need help? Your guard numbers aren't right. And I see there's quite a few of them. Dealing with them might be a bit of a hassle, right? I can lend you some of my soldiers to help you deal with them, Zhao Hongyu said. If that's possible, thank you very much, Megan nodded. Honestly, as Zhao Hongyu had said, His men were too few. There were only about 30 of them, but there were thousands of people watching the riot. Therefore, dealing with them was indeed a bit of a hassle. But with the help of Zhao Hongguy's soldiers, this situation could be easily resolved. Seeing Megan agree to his proposal, Zhao Hongguy winked at Wang Shan. Wang Shan nodded in understanding, disembarked, and passed the order to the geneticists on shore. Upon receiving the order, the geneticists seemed excited. They had long wanted to teach those provocateurs a lesson, but without orders from above, they couldn't act rashly. So, they had been patient. Now that they had received the order, why should they be patient? Who are those people? They don't look like ordinary people to me. Zhao Hongguy and Megan walked to the railing, looking at the shouting crowd on shore. Gypsies, wandering gypsies, some bankrupt local farmers, beggars, thieves, and criminals from the city, Megan replied. These guys just mess around all day, stirring up trouble. It's a shame we don't have the power to deal with them. You know, arresting them and then having to worry about feeding them is a real headache. Megan was completely helpless when she mentioned them. What? The government can't even handle the security risks in these cities now, Zhao Hongguy thought, as if he had just heard the funniest story. Unexpectedly, Megan nodded and admitted it. Your Highness, I hate to admit it, but this is the truth. Megan's expression seemed a little dejected. The situation in the Netherlands has been difficult lately. The Spanish Legion has suffered several consecutive defeats there, so Spain has strengthened its military presence there, but all this requires a lot of financial support. Megan explained the reason behind this. But the problem is that our current income is limited, and we can't develop other sources of income. So we can only reduce unnecessary expenses, and prisons are one of them. In short, if we can help it, we won't arrest any criminals. Unless they're guilty of the most heinous crimes, we'll always turn a blind eye to the rest. Zhao Hongguy shook his head. That would only embolden the criminals, who says not? But what can I do? Megan shrugged and said to Zhao Hongguy. Alright, Your Highness, let's not talk about this ruining atmosphere. Let's get back to discussing the concessions and the sugar issue. Megan had already instructed her men to deal with the troublemakers, and they would handle the rest. Zhao Hongguy nodded, not particularly interested in the nearby mob. However, Megan had hinted at something. Spain was currently financially strapped. Yet they were still pouring military force into that pit in the Netherlands. This was good news for Zhao Hongguy. If Spain was truly so desperate for money, perhaps he could even secure a concession in one of the Spanish ports. Haha, let's make a mess. The more chaos, the better. Rifles. Bayonets fixed. March. The Genes quickly fixed their bayonets, then drew their muskets and marched in unison toward the rioters. Hey. Hey. Stop making trouble. If you don't listen, don't blame me for not warning you if something happens. Megan's guard captain, along with his men, stood in front of the rioters, shouting at them. He hoped to persuade them to retreat. If force wasn't necessary, it was best not to use it. That was the situation he least wanted to see. It wasn't that he was afraid of using force, but the streets were stagnant and stinking with sewage, and arresting them would inevitably get him contaminated with that filth. Therefore, the captain of the guard was extremely reluctant to resort to force. Unfortunately, his good intentions were not shared by the troublemakers. Get out, you noble lackey. What else can you do but sell your ass to your noble master? You little gigolo, get back to your noble master. Whoosh. His proposal was met with a wave of curses, and then someone threw a ball of mud, landing squarely in his face. The mud was stained with feces and urine, and it had a strong odor. The captain of the guard was nauseated by the smell and was speechless. Look everyone, this little gigolo is really useless. He was defeated by a ball of mud. Aha. He doesn't know how to do anything besides sell his ass. Several guys with yellow teeth, rotten gums, thick beards, and tattered clothes shouted with gloating joy. Oh, look! Those barbarians are coming. They look like they were going to fight us. Suddenly, the rioters spotted the group of genetic warriors pressing forward from the battleships, and someone exclaimed in surprise. They won't dare to attack. Look at them, dressed so nicely, like women, someone quipped nonchalantly. Oh, you're right. They are women. Look at them, their skin is so delicate and tender. I haven't even tasted a man yet. Maybe today I can fulfill that wish. A number of nasty bastards began to spew obscenities. Throw them with rocks and mud. Someone suggested it, but the rioters agreed. Soon, they began picking up rocks and mud and throwing them at the genetic warriors. Shoot, Now that they had been ordered, the genetic warriors wouldn't let them off. Regarding the provocateurs, the genetic warriors had only one goal: to destroy them. These rioters had finally gotten themselves into trouble. Wow. Ouch, it hurts. Help me. Help me. Get out of my way, get out of my way. Everyone was stunned. They had never expected these people to be so reckless and actually shoot. Human rights erupted like a pot of boiling water, and people began to flee in all directions. Their previous composure vanished, replaced by the fear of death. The genetics formed neat lines and continued to advance, shooting, advancing, shooting. The onlookers, overwhelmed by the crowd, couldn't leave the area quickly. The genetics quickly moved behind them. The man who had called the genetics sissy and demanded a taste of manliness watched the genetics approach him. He smiled at them, revealing his yellow, rotten teeth. I was just kidding, puff. A poor explanation, and the result was a bayonet piercing his body. The genetics wouldn't listen, and simply declared him a tragedy. Like this unfortunate individual, many others were met with bayonets from the genetics. Most of them had been the loudest shouters earlier, now suffering the consequences of their own actions. Bayonets, lead, rifle butts, the troublemakers were left crying and screaming under the genetics' barrage of blows. The crowd grew even more panicked, each wanting to leave the area as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, the roads were blocked by the throng, making it impossible to escape quickly. The cries of pain from those behind only added to their panic, and their increased panic only deepened the chaos. The genetics targeted only the loudest shouters, leaving the ordinary onlookers alone. Tell them to calm down. We're only dealing with the troublemakers. If they call out those people, we'll make them leave. After the genetics had severely beaten several of the loudest shouters, the squad leader sought out Megan's guard captain, spoke with him in English, and then asked him to communicate with the panicked crowd. The genetics weren't the type to kill indiscriminately. Seeing the panicked crowd trampling, the genetics captain felt compelled to intervene. For the genetics, their only concern was the individuals who had caused the disturbance. They paid no attention to the onlookers. The captain spoke English, which made communication easier. Lisbon's port hosted ships from various countries, so the people spoke many languages, a significant advantage. Of course, these individuals had to be those who worked the docks daily, interacting with merchants and crews. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to handle this, that was for sure. The captain shouted at the crowd, finally calming the panic. Sadly, several people had already died in the stampede. The genetics felt only a hint of regret, nothing more. Megan's captain, on the other hand, was even more indifferent. To him, it was just a few casualties who died, it wasn't a big deal. Just hand over the troublemakers, and you'll be safe. If you don't, you know how formidable these American warriors are. The guard captain relayed the geneticist captain's words, adding his own words and threats. Oh, my God, those damned bastards. Hand them over. They've ruined us all. Hand them over. As the guard captain finished speaking, the crowd immediately echoed his words. Things went smoothly. The troublemakers were identified. Of course, there were some who had conflicts and were framed by their enemies. But what did that matter? The geneticists didn't care. They were bound and strung together, dragged to the battleship's dock. At Wang Shan's instruction, the geneticist captain singled out the most violent individuals and hanged them from wooden poles nearby. All of a sudden, the scoundrels in Lisbon realized that the Americans weren't just good-looking enough to inspire envy, they were also ruthless. It was precisely because of this notion that the Lisbon natives took to heart that the security in the concession remained excellent, something no one could have imagined. After all, everyone in Lisbon knew one thing: if you provoke the American Song Empire, they'll kill you without mercy. After hanging a few of the ringleaders, the remaining troublemakers had their hands smashed with rifle butts, crippling them. They were then tied to the dock and left to wail. This was how the hellish journey of these unfortunate individuals ended, until the nobles invited by Megan arrived. Word of the Song Empire's brutality spread through their mouths. They described the expressions on the American warriors' faces as they tortured them, devoid of any trace of human emotion. It was a truly horrifying sight. Even the torturers of the Inquisition showed human emotions when torturing you, like enthusiasm and excitement. But these Americans weren't like that. You couldn't see anything in their eyes. They'd break your fingers one by one with a look on their faces, then crush the bones in your palms. Oh my God, the thought was terrifying. Welcome to my Sea King. I'm honored to have you here. I hope you enjoy this evening, The nobles, summoned by Megan, began to arrive one after another. Zhao Hongyu had to temporarily put aside his discussion with the Megan and began to greet these nobles. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 282. The topic of slaves. The setting sun cast a streak of orange-red light across the ocean. The sea breeze, the azure waters, and the circling seagulls adorned the world with a tranquility. The earlier incident left no lasting impression. No one cared about those people. It was as if they had never existed. In the hearts of the upper class, those mud-like creatures were simply ignored. The same was true for Megan and Zhao Hongyu. The sailors on the battleship had retreated to the cabins to rest, with only a few genetically modified soldiers remaining as waiters. The melodious violin music echoed in the dusk, adding a touch of romance and dreaminess. It was the tune of American country music, a specialty of the genetically modified people. The light and playful melody immediately caught the attention of the nobles, who gathered around. Well, Zhao Hongyu and his men were pirating music, shamelessly claiming it was from their homeland. Fortunately, this was 1621, so the Americans wouldn't hold them accountable. Therefore, even if Zhao Hongyu and his companions claimed this, there wouldn't be any problem. This style of music was completely different from the mainstream European music of the era. Mainstream European music at the time was still characterized by dull, formulaic tunes that could be quite depressing. However, Zhao Hongyu's violin playing was different. It was also accompanied by guitar and other simple instruments, offering the nobles a completely different kind of enjoyment. Wang Shen and his companions arranged a circle of sofas in the attic ceiling, with a long table in the center. The table was filled with exquisite pastries, smoked meats, other snacks, and red wine. The dishes were perfectly American, and the aroma of 13 spices filled the air, whetting everyone's appetite. Among the nobles' families were some children. Although they had received strict instruction before their arrival, Zhao Hongyu had instructed them to receive special treatment. Delicious. After tasting the delicious food, that was the only word the children could utter. Delicious. That was enough to describe it. Your Highness, thank you for your generous hospitality today. We enjoyed a unique banquet. After a brief interaction, everyone slowly warmed up to each other. Several nobles gathered around Zhao Hongyu and began chatting with him. Generally speaking, the ship was divided into several small groups. The male nobles gathered around Zhao Hongyu to chat with him, while the ladies gathered around Sarah and Emma to chat. The remaining children were divided into groups of boys and girls. Of course, there were a few less sociable children who sat alone on the sofas near the railing, watching the crowd. Fortunately, the delicious food and pleasant music didn't make those children feel lonely. I'm glad to meet you too. I'm really happy to make some friends in Europe. Zhao Hongyu raised his red wine glass and gestured to the old man who was speaking. Your Highness, is there any place you particularly want to visit on your trip to Europe? Someone else asked. I don't have a specific destination in mind, but I'll keep sailing east. My wife told me the customs and culture in Beirut and Alexandria are completely different from those in America, and I'd like to see them, Zhao Hongyu replied. I like experiencing different customs. Maybe it has something to do with my youth. Everyone approached each other cautiously, trying to understand each other's personalities and other aspects through conversation. Even if someone had other intentions, they wouldn't bring them up right away. These nobles understood this well. The women were no different, they were even more hypocritical than the men. Knowing Zhao Hongyu's identity and status, and the importance of the wealth and goods in America, these noble ladies flattered Sarah and Emma with all their heart when they chatted with him. For no other reason than to leave a good impression and create opportunities for their men. Indeed, a good relationship with this American prince would be a boon to business, wouldn't it? This prince is so young, much younger than my brother. But his deep black eyes are so beautiful. I feel like I've been completely captivated. The conversation among the young ladies from these aristocratic families naturally revolved around Zhao Hongyu. Before their arrival, their parents had solemnly warned them and told them everything about Zhao Hongyu. For these girls, Zhao Hongyu's youth and wealth made him a perfectly suitable husband. Although he already had 2 wives, that wasn't a problem for them. If Zhao Hongyu desired, they could even become his mistresses. Most importantly, Zhao Hongyu was wealthy, and being with her could completely transform the family's fortune. Even though these families had joined forces in maritime trade, the money they earned couldn't keep up with the speed at which their fathers and mothers squandered it. Therefore, these aristocrats were actually hollow tycoons, superficially prosperous but secretly deeply in debt. As the children of aristocratic families, they had long since realized this. Rather than marrying a decrepit old man, it would be better to choose this prince from America. Besides, His Majesty wasn't bad-looking, he was tall, handsome, and very manly. Although he had a scar on his handsome face, it didn't spoil his handsomeness. Instead, it made him look even more masculine. Therefore, many girls were attracted to Zhao Hongyu. Unfortunately, Zhao Hongyu had no interest in them. The boys, on the other hand, had a wide variety of topics to talk about: delicious food, alternative music, news and stories from America, and even comments on Sarah and Emma's appearance. Perhaps the boys were more lively, so they had a lot more to talk about. The Duke of Normandy's daughter married Grand Duke Wilson of Poland a while ago, so it's hard to say whether Grand Duke Wilson will ultimately support the Habsburgs. Oh, really? I've seen that child, Nestle. She speaks 6 languages and is as beautiful as her mother. Although she's only 10 years old, she's sure to be a beauty in the future. But I think it's a shame for her to marry Grand Duke Wilson, that bear. Besides, he's already 63 years old. I wonder if he's up to the task. Everyone laughed. Zhao Hongyu and his group had already started talking about all sorts of gossip. It was the first time Zhao Hongyu had heard European aristocrats discussing such gossip among the nobility. So, he was quite excited. Especially since the protagonists of this gossip were a 10-year-old girl and a 63-year-old nobleman. Oh my god, being 10 years old was illegal. In later times, this old man named Wilson would definitely be shot and despised by the world. But in 1621, it was a very common and ordinary thing, especially among the nobility. This little girl named Nestle must have been sacrificed in a family exchange of interests, Zhao Hongyu thought to himself. No way, marrying a 63-year-old man at 10 is a bit unlikely. Zhao Hongyu feigned surprise, looking at the nobles around him in disbelief. Megan smiled and said to Zhao Hongyu, "Nothing is impossible. It's all about a piece of land in Austria. It's a noble exchange of interests. Nestle already owns that land, and it's been given to Archduke Wilson as a dowry. And now that the situation in the Netherlands is not good, and Gusterman is ready to make a move, perhaps Archduke Wilson can restrain him." Megan's words hinted at some political bargain. As for that little girl, Nestle, she was indeed a victim. Only 10 years old, in later generations she would have enjoyed a beautiful childhood, but in this age, she had to bear the heavy burden and sacrifice herself for her family. What a poor little girl. Zhao Hongyu sighed inwardly. Will Wilson sleep with her? I find it hard to imagine such a scenario, Zhao Hongyu said to the crowd, feigning a gossipy air. Haha. Zhao Hongyu's words elicited laughter from everyone. We're the same. Grand Duke Wilson is as strong as a bear, and he's also violent when drunk. Poor little Nestle isn't sure if she can handle it, but what can be done? She's Wilson's legal wife now, and as such, she has the obligation and responsibility to serve her husband, one nobleman said to Zhao Hongyu with a nonchalant tone. Zhao Hongyu could tell from their looks that none of them cared about the little girl named Nestle's life. To them, Nestle's affairs were nothing more than a topic of conversation after dinner or at a cocktail party. However, Zhao Hongyu knew he had no right to intervene, and he couldn't change it. Such things were common among European nobles. How could he, Zhao Hongyu, change them? He couldn't. Besides, why would he care? It was like he was meddling in something besides himself. Everyone, there's a huge shortage of slaves in America right now. If you're interested, please talk to me. I'm willing to offer a reasonable price. Zhao Hongyu lost the mood for gossip. After all, what good was there in gossiping about a poor little girl? So, he changed the subject. Hearing about business, the nobles perked up. Your Highness, I understand that many European merchant ships, when sailing to America, capture slaves from Africa and then sell them to the Song Empire, one noble said, to be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 283 Bad Suggestion. As soon as Zhao Hongyu said that he wanted to buy black slaves, one of the nobles asked in confusion, really, logically, there should be no shortage of slaves in America, but listening to Zhao Hongyu's tone, it seemed that he still had a great demand for slaves there. This was a bit unreasonable. Originally, having business to do was a good thing, but this was not common. I thought this guy was saying sorry for the black slaves, but the last sentence exposed that he didn't care about the lives of the black slaves at all. He just wanted the slave traders to be careful and not let too many slaves die. However, Zhao Hongyu didn't want to delve into this issue. After all, it didn't have much to do with him. He continued. After speaking, Zhao Hongyu showed a helpless expression, then raised the wine glass in his hand and gestured to everyone. It was obvious that Zhao Hongyu wanted to do business with him. But how could there be slaves in Europe? This made them a little embarrassed. However, it wasn't too late to make a decision after listening to what Zhao Hongyu said. Megan glanced at her companions around her, gave them a look to let them calm down, and then said to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu smiled. Megan and other nobles nodded in agreement with what Zhao Hongyu said. Indeed, since the war in Europe, the number of refugees has greatly increased. In addition, the war caused people to leave their homes and the fields were deserted. Without people to grow food, Europe became even more impoverished. The soaring prices, the living expenses, and the land annexation by the nobles also made many people bankrupt and became wanderers. Therefore, everyone ran to the city to find a way to make a living, but the problem is that there are only a few job opportunities in the city and it is impossible to satisfy everyone. Therefore, many bankrupts became beggars and beggars wandering around the city. But more people, in order to survive, engaged in fraud and deception, making public security a mess. Take Lisbon for example. Those pickpockets, thieves and robbers dared to commit crimes openly in the daytime. Even nobles were their targets. They were so bold and presumptuous. However, due to economic reasons, they could not all be arrested and sent to jail, which made those people even bolder. This has become a nightmare for the nobles of Lisbon, and Lisbon is just a microcosm of Europe. Such things have happened in and around various cities of various European countries. It has become a very common thing. Now all European countries focus their main attention on the war. Only after the war is over will they start to rectify this matter, but God knows when the war will end. What's worse, Megan and the others heard that many nobles have begun to hire these apprentices to do things for their own interests, and even assassinate them. Zhao Hongyu observed the faces of the people and their expressions. The old noble who had talked with Zhao Hongyu before spoke up and agreed. Like a devil, Zhao Hongyu offered an extremely tempting condition. Megan and the others' breathing quickened. They knew too well what this deal meant. It meant a large sum of money, and they could manage the security of Lisbon. This was something that was very beneficial to them. These people had long been annoyed by the vagrants who came to Lisbon. If they had not been financially constrained and could not afford the food expenses for the prisoners in the prison, they would have arrested those people and thrown them in. These people are of no use at all except for causing trouble, stealing, robbing and molesting women. However, some people were still very worried. One of the fat nobles said to Zhao Hongyu. This person stated his concerns. Yes, what they are doing is equivalent to enslaving free people. If this matter gets out, they will definitely be condemned by thousands of people and will not be tolerated in Europe. They are not those uncivilized blacks on the African continent. They are people from the civilized world. Therefore, they cannot do this. Zhao Hongyu's proposal made everyone's eyes light up. Wow, it's really genius. Yes, according to this approach, the unreasonable becomes reasonable. It's like those vagrants who were caught. They can be imprisoned for a certain number of years according to the crimes they committed. And these people do not have to serve their sentences in Europe. They will be sent to America to work. They saved the prison's food expenses, solved the public security problem and made a fortune at the same time. There is no better deal than this. They can also declare that this is a new way of serving sentences to avoid those troubles and let the prisoners create benefits. No one will say anything if they go to America to serve. After all, they are all criminals, aren't they? The worst that can happen is that they can be sentenced to a longer term. This is not difficult. Besides, any of these guys will commit some crimes, so there is no need to worry about wrongly accusing anyone. Someone who reacted quickly asked a question immediately. Zhao Hongyu nodded. At this moment, in the mouths of Zhao Hongyu and the nobles, those people will no longer be human beings but commodities that can be sold, or like livestock. Megan smiled and said to everyone. Zhao Hongyu came up with this plan when he saw those people making trouble. In addition to adding labor to the Americas, this can also reduce the population of Europe. At the same time, through these nobles in Lisbon, some nobles in Madrid can also be contacted. In this way, when Zhao Hongyu went to Madrid, he would not be in the dark. The nobles in Madrid will also know that Zhao Hongyu has money on hand and is easy to deal with. Then everything Zhao Hongyu does in Madrid will become easy, right? Dealing with nobles who like to take money is the easiest. But first, he needs to find out which nobles in Madrid will take money through Megan and others. As for those guys who were captured and sent to America, they will definitely be exploited more harshly than black slaves. This is certain. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 I'm so tired. Zhao Hongyu's proposal ignited a lively conversation. These impoverished nobles were deeply interested in making money. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu's proposal was highly feasible, its rationality and other aspects impeccable. Yes, after being apprehended and tried, those individuals would become prisoners. If they were free, they would still have some power, but criminals, what power could they have? Sending the criminals to America would solve some financial problems, improve public order, and generate profits, a truly lucrative deal. Even a fool could figure out the math. So, Your Highness, how many men do you need? Once everything was explained, further discussion became unnecessary. Finally, Megan, acting as their representative, approached Zhao Hongyu. Megan and the other nobles controlled all matters in Lisbon, and their help would make the plan a success. Furthermore, these individuals were connected to the great nobles of Madrid. Zhao Hongyu even wanted to use them to establish connections with the Madrid nobility. That depends on how many criminals you can capture and sentence. My requirements are modest. Those you capture must be tried publicly, their crimes determined, and sentenced. This will facilitate my management. Of course, the more people he needed, the better, but Zhao Hongyu couldn't answer that way. His response was a bit cunning, leaving room for speculation. What did he mean by how many criminals? What did he mean by how many can be captured? There are 20,000 to 30,000 homeless people in Lisbon alone. The number in surrounding cities and the countryside hasn't been counted yet, but if that were done, the number would likely be much higher. As for the length of the sentence, isn't that a piece of cake? One of Megan's group is a criminal judge, so sentences are a piece of cake for him. A thief originally received a 1-year sentence, but he could easily hand down a 3-year sentence, and it's not impossible to increase the sentence by adding more charges through other means. Haha, everything is so easy, so simple. I hope to hear back from Madrid soon. I'm offering 3 prices, Zhao Hongyu told Megan. For prisoners serving 10 years, I'll pay 20 silver pesos, for those serving 30 years, 70 silver pesos, and for those serving a fixed-term sentence, 150 silver pesos. The price for women and children is half that. Zhao Hongyu smiled and looked at Megan. You see, it's like I'm renting these prisoners, isn't it? After they complete their terms, I'll return them. Meanwhile, your security improves, you save on prison costs, and you can increase your funds for war. It had to be said that Zhao Hongyu's offer was truly good. 20 silver pesos could support a family of 5 for a year in Lisbon. Spain, on the other hand, was desperately short of cash and needed it. Furthermore, they were heavily in debt. While their Central American colonies provided support, the ships carrying gold and silver had recently been frequently attacked by pirates, causing significant losses. Therefore, the Spanish were desperate for new sources of revenue. The royal family's extravagant spending and the nobles' dissolute lifestyle were also the main reasons for Spain's financial shortage. Now that Zhao Hongyu had proposed a solution, the Spanish side would surely accept it. They wouldn't find anything like it anywhere else in Europe. Your Highness, your proposal is a good one. I'll give you a response in 5 days. Just 5 days, Megan promised Zhao Hongyu a deadline. Then, lowering her voice so only the two of them could hear, Megan asked, Your Highness, what about the sugar business? Zhao Hongyu chuckled and said, Don't worry. These are 2 separate transactions. The indentured slave business and the sugar business must be treated separately. The sugar is an agreement between you and me. Isn't it? Don't worry, Megan breathed a sigh of relief. However, he and Zhao Hongyu hadn't signed a contract yet, so he could only breathe a sigh of relief, not a complete one. He knew that without a firm agreement, everything would be uncertain. In this world, anything could happen, right? It seemed that he had to quickly finalize some matters and sign the agency contract for the sugar trade. Come, everyone, stop chatting and have something to eat. Zhao Hongyu called to the table laden with food. Seeing the men finish their conversation, the women and children gathered around. Your Highness, please allow me to introduce you. This is my wife, and this is my son. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the nobles began to introduce their families to Zhao Hongyu. At first, they weren't very familiar with Zhao Hongyu, so they didn't want to be too hasty. After a while, they were more familiar with each other. So, now was the time to introduce their families. These wives ranged in size. Some were thin, some were tall, some were short, some were beautiful, some were ugly. In short, they were all quite bizarre. Clearly, the image of aristocratic wives in American blockbusters as being all beautiful is completely untrue. Nobles choose wives either for wealth or for equal status. And it's a fact that there are often many bizarre women among the nobility. Therefore, you can't expect these wives to be particularly beautiful. This is one reason why many nobles take mistresses. Fighting the urge to vomit and forcing a fake smile, Zhao Hongyu felt incredibly exhausted. But he still had to save face. And most of their sons and daughters were eccentric. There were effeminate, aristocratic boys who wore blush, or skinny, buck-toothed daughters who fancied themselves beauties. Oh my god, this was a truly bizarre gathering. Zhao Hongyu was completely disillusioned with the aristocracy. Fortunately, Sarah wasn't such a freak, otherwise Zhao Hongyu honestly didn't know what to do. Your Highness, that scar on your face must have a story, right? After the family members introduced them, the children they brought with them began chatting with Zhao Hongyu. It had to be said, these little ones were incredibly friendly. Perhaps their parents had already given them instructions beforehand, so they were incredibly welcoming to Zhao Hongyu. Oh, this is my Medal of Manhood. My father sent me to the battlefield to fight the enemy when I was very young, so I got this scar. Zhao Hongyu lied effortlessly, without even thinking. His words made the children and the women around him gasp, and they all looked surprised and horrified. It was as if Zhao Hongyu wasn't talking about himself, but about their own affairs. Your enemies must have been formidable. You must have suffered a lot back then, asked a rather ordinary-looking girl. Zhao Hongyu nodded. In our country, even princes have responsibilities. War is not for ordinary people. It's hard, for sure, but I like military life because, besides the blood and the iron, there's also brotherhood. Trying to imagine the military dramas of later generations, Zhao Hongyu cultivated his emotions and told them. As for this scar, it's because I fought 7 enemies alone. The kind of bragging that comes with it is Zhao Hongyu. This isn't just a scar from fighting 7 people. He wasn't wrong, though. The scar on his face was indeed from battle, but he'd fought a single Indian, not 7 men. As he'd claimed. Regardless, no one would delve into the matter. As long as people believed him, that was all that mattered. Tell us about your experiences, Your Highness. The young men, women, and children were instantly captivated by Zhao Hongyu's story. He was the epitome of nobility. He'd fought the enemy, endured the trials of blood and fire. This was what a knight was. After all, chivalry was still popular in Europe. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu's stories held a profound allure for these men. The boys were drawn to the battle and brotherhood, while the girls were captivated by the tenderness of the flames of war. Zhao Hongyu's eloquence was so eloquent that he had them all captivated in less than half an hour. Was Shen Xianfang's commentary just for nothing? Even if they hadn't heard storytelling, they'd surely heard Guo Degan's crosstalk. Seeing the children and Zhao Hongyu getting along so well, Megan and the other women were delighted. It would be wonderful if they could become friends with this American prince, or even establish some other kind of relationship. Unfortunately, this was only their first meeting, and it was too early to even consider this. The adults and children had completely different ideas. After 3 years of military service, I retired and bid farewell to my military career. However, I must admit that military life has greatly elevated and transformed my thinking. Your Highness, is there a time limit for military service in the Song Empire? A little boy asked. Yes, in our country, adult men over the age of 18 must serve in the military for 3 years. Since I'm the crown prince, I can't be like ordinary people. I have to serve early. Zhao Hongyu made up a story, patching up the holes left by his own boasting. Your Highness, the music at today's banquet was beautiful. Do you often hear such beautiful music in your hometown? Your Highness, these little snacks are truly delicious. I'll never forget them after trying them. If possible, I really want to live somewhere in America so I can enjoy such delicious snacks every day. Your Highness, your ship is so huge. I can't imagine how a ship can be so large. Your Highness, the uniforms of your royal guards are so beautiful. The children's questions and conversations kept coming one after another, and Zhao Hongai was really getting a headache. Children, the dance will start soon. Please give your Highness a moment. Thanks to Megan who came to Zhao Hongai's rescue, Zhao Hongai didn't know how long they would have been annoying him. Dancing? Zhao Hongai was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that the nobles of this era all danced at gatherings. However, the dance of this era was different from that of later generations. There was no rumba or tango, everything was done together as a group. Zhao Hongai could show off his tango skills, but the dances of this era, he couldn't do them. Don't worry, Your Highness, I'm ready for everything, Wang Shan whispered to Zhao Hongai, noticing his embarrassment. What are you going to do? I don't know how to dance the dances of this era. Wang Shan winked at Zhao Hongai and said, grinning, I found some musicians in Lisbon who can play the dances of this era, perfectly suited to Megan and the others' needs. When it's your turn, you can have the genetics perform. Zhao Hongai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Wang Shan's words. When Zhao Hongai was in Manhattan, he danced with Emma and Sarah whenever they had free time. So, Sarah and Emma had learned a lot of tango techniques, which came in handy at this moment. Otherwise, Zhao Hongai couldn't just dance solo. Speaking of dancing, Emma and Sarah had different preferences for modern dance. Because of her personality, Sarah preferred a gentle, close dance, cuddling with Zhao Hongai and slowly, becoming swayed. But Emma was different. She loved tango with Zhao Hongai and even enjoyed tap dancing alone. Perhaps this had a lot to do with her quirky personality. Regardless, under Zhao Hongai's influence, Sarah and Emma were able to coordinate their dances, saving them a lot of trouble. As for Wang Shan, Song Hu, and Zhang Tai, Zhao Hongai didn't want to think about them. They actually had the geneticists use violins, guitars, and drums to play the most ancient high-energy songs. Zhao Hongai couldn't complain. And they even shamed themselves into shouting. What kind of bullshit was this about the most exciting music from 1621? Of course, that was their freedom, and they had the right to enjoy this kind of nonsense. Just leave Zhao Hongai out of it. These guys bought drugs from the Mohicans and acted like ancient drug addicts. According to Wang Shan, they were aristocrats, which in modern times would be the father of a wealthy second generation, so they wanted to experience this kind of life. As the music started, Zhao Hongai withdrew from his thoughts. The aristocrats gestured to their wives, and then he and she walked onto the deck and began dancing to the music. The young people also gathered around, clapping along to the music. Zhao Hongai sat on the sofa and rested. He was really tired. How is it? Dealing with aristocrats is not easy, is it? Sarah and Emma came over at this time. They looked at Zhao Hongai with a smile, and Sarah asked at the same time, to be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 285 Off-topic conversation. Dealing with these people must be tiring, Sarah asked, taking advantage of the dance. While everyone was dancing, Sarah and Emma came over and sat next to Zhao Hongai. Zhao Hongai nodded, and said, yeah, it's tiring, mentally. Sarah raised her hand to smooth Zhao Hongai's hair, saying, you'll get used to it. You can't avoid this kind of life in the future, even if you return to America. Zhao Hongai often did this to Emma, because in his heart, Emma was a child, but now Sarah was doing this to him. Could it be that he was also a child in her heart? Don't be like that, like you're my mother. You're my wife. Zhao Hongai tilted his head, avoiding Sarah's hand. Oh, a little shy. Sarah snapped open her folding fan, covering her mouth with a chuckle. Zhao Hongai blushed and glanced at the dancing nobles, thankfully oblivious to what was happening. Honestly, you just treated me like a child. It's really not what I'm used to. Don't ever do that again, Zhao Hongai said to Sarah solemnly, withdrawing his gaze. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Sarah squinted at him, her eyes hinting at a childishness that left Zhao Hongai feeling helpless. Emma, watching from the side, was amused, as Zhao Hongai often treated her like a child, always addressing her in an adult tone. Now, haha, someone treats you like that. Emma's gloating expression made Zhao Hongai's heart ache. You've always been a child. Even if you're my husband now, that doesn't change that. Sarah, undeterred by Zhao Hongai's threat, persisted. Technically, Sarah was right. Although Zhao Hong was an adult in his later life, he had become a teenager after arriving in the 17th century. Therefore, in Sarah's eyes, he was nothing more than a child. If it weren't for some unforeseen incident, Sarah and Zhao Hongyu had become intimate, and it seems unlikely anything would have happened between them. Think about it, Sarah was already in her 20s and 30s, and there was no way she'd be attracted to a teenager. She wasn't the type of woman to be attracted to a young boy. Therefore, whenever she met her young husband, Zhao Hongyu, she couldn't treat him as an adult. And she always treated him as one, just like how Zhao Hongyu treated Emma. It could be said that Sarah's role, beyond wife, also defined that of an elder. Sarah, you're my wife, not some old mother or anything like that. You're really bothering me, Zhao Hongyu said to Sarah helplessly. Sarah didn't seem to mind. She smiled and said to Zhao Hongyu, no matter how much you hate it, I'm older than you. You can't change that, little brat, so just accept it. After hearing Sarah's words and looking at Emma, who was gloating, Zhao Hongyu was speechless. You actually called me a brat? Just wait and see how I handle you tonight. You know, I'm a real tough guy at certain moments. Since normal communication hadn't convinced Sarah, Zhao Hongyu had to change his tactics. As expected, when Zhao Hongyu hinted at something, Sarah became a little uneasy. True, in Sarah's eyes, Zhao Hongyu was just an underage boy, but in one area, his skills were truly sophisticated, something even she, a widow with a husband, couldn't match. He used all sorts of novel techniques, erratic tactics, and foreplay. This was the stuff of a seasoned womanizer. Sarah couldn't imagine how many women her young man must have experienced to acquire such skills and experience. Little did she know that later generations still had such things as Japanese action movies and European and American pornography. Even a virgin would learn a lot from watching enough. In this area, the men of the 17th century couldn't compare. It had to be said that this young husband was truly a formidable force in the sex world. Even a mature woman like her couldn't handle him. So, at a certain moment and under certain circumstances, Sarah became a complete loser or a vanquished. Ahem. Sarah coughed to mask her embarrassment, but the blush on her face betrayed her current disposition. I knew you'd be embarrassed to bring this up. Zhao Hongyu was quite ashamed of himself. What do you guys do tonight? Are you doing that childbearing thing? Emma asked at this moment. The little girl's large eyes looked at him and her with curiosity, a questioning look, and a hint of inquiry. Although her mother had taught her many things, and she had occasionally witnessed her father and mother doing that, Emma simply couldn't comprehend it. Therefore, she was deeply curious about this matter. What was the meaning of a man and a woman stripping naked, hugging each other, moaning and groaning? Emma couldn't understand, couldn't comprehend. She had thought that after marrying Zhao Hongyu and becoming his wife, she would understand. But unfortunately, Zhao Hongyu never did that kind of thing with her. So, the little girl who had become a little girl was still confused and didn't quite understand the things between men and women. This was completely different from the mature Sarah. Oh no, Emma was still next to her. Zhao Hongyu and Sarah were shocked at the same time, and they thought to themselves at the same time. How could he forget about this curious little girl and flirt with her in front of her? Emma, we didn't do anything at night. Zhao Hongyu's lie was very clumsy, and it was only this clumsy and unreliable that he made up on the spur of the moment. Sarah covered her face with a folding fan, hiding herself like an ostrich. It seemed that if Emma couldn't see her face, she wouldn't ask her questions. No, you're lying. Emma's face turned serious, and she looked at Zhao Hongyu very seriously. Even though you were doing something at night. I could still hear Sarah screaming, and sometimes even crying, Emma said with a stern face, leaving Zhao Hongyu unsure how to respond. Tell me the truth. Before you came to the Moxigan tribe, our family still lived in a tent. Back then, my father and mother would do something at night, and my mother would make those noises. Oh my God, Emma. Why would you bring up something like that? Zhao Hongyu wailed inwardly. I don't know whether to call you naive or unworldly. This is a very private matter, and you actually just spilled it like that. Emma, you're still young. There are some things you don't understand. When you're older, you'll understand, okay? Zhao Hongyu began to lecture Emma like an adult, causing her to roll her eyes. And so, Sarah had just stroked his hair, and he'd let him say so much? She'd even told him not to treat him like a child, and now he was lecturing him. It was a true legal analogy. Emma was unconvinced. What do you mean by child? You're a child too, Emma said to Zhao Hongyu, her gaze fixed on Sarah. Sarah, tell me, am I right? Ugh. Sarah, who had been hiding Leon with her fan, silently saying, you can't see me, was finally discovered. Yes, he is a child. Sarah still felt a little weak in front of the eldest wife, but she had no choice but to show her status. In the family, Emma's words carried more weight than Zhao Hongyu's. Therefore, Sarah couldn't defend Emma and had to answer her question. Lifting her little face and looking at Zhao Hongyu with a domineering look, Emma said, do you hear me? Don't call me a child anymore. You're just a brat, too. Zhao Hongyu's nose was almost crooked with anger. But he couldn't get angry or lose his temper. After all, it wasn't a big deal. Just ask Sarah if you want to know anything. I can't answer that question. Well, I'm going to go talk to those nobles. Emma's question was truly difficult to answer, considering her age. If Emma were an adult, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't be so embarrassed. Unfortunately, Emma was only 13 years old. Zhao Hongyu simply couldn't impart such strange knowledge on a girl that age. Honestly, he couldn't get over the psychological barrier. So, Zhao Hongyu, using the excuse of something to escape, hurried down to the deck to chat with the nobles. Sarah, tell me, did you guys get naked and hug each other tonight? Knowing Zhao Hongyu wouldn't answer her question, Emma was used to it because he always did it. So, Emma grabbed Sarah's hand, preventing her from running off with Zhao Hongyu. Well, how do I answer this? Sarah felt a little embarrassed. Just say whatever you want to say. There's nothing wrong with that. You think you're weird, it really gives me a headache. Emma looked at the extremely shy Sarah with a strange look in her eyes. She felt that Sarah and Zhao Hongyu's reactions were too big. It was just a question that she had always been curious about, but had never received an answer to. Was it necessary to react like this? Sarah turned her head and looked at Emma, who was eager to learn, and then looked at Zhao Hongyu on the deck. This couldn't go on. The little girl couldn't always be so ignorant. Sarah felt that she needed to teach Emma some knowledge, otherwise the little girl would not be able to do without knowing anything. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 286 Fatty Ed. I had originally intended to chat with Zhao Hongyu about these nobles, but the conversation drifted off to other matters. After Zhao Hongyu's escape, he left Sarah to deal with Emma's problem, which Zhao Hongyu felt was a bit unkind. But regardless, he couldn't give Emma an answer. Hopefully, Sarah could resolve Emma's problem. Zhao Hongyu reached the deck, silently praying. Oh, Your Highness, can this milk tea be sold in Europe? When Zhao Hongyu arrived on deck, a chubby, freckled man approached, smiling. Zhao Hongyu glanced at him and recognized him as the youngest son of Baron Mandelson, Earl Hudash, and Viscount Ed, who had come at the invitation of Viscount Megan and himself. Yes, the child of one of the portly nobles Zhao Hongyu had chatted with earlier. That man had come aboard the battleship with his 5 sons, 3 daughters, and wife, and the one speaking to him now was his youngest son. It had to be said that his children had inherited his excellent genes. They were clearly his own. His wife definitely wasn't cheating on him. Viscount Ed's sons were all chubby, just like him. Even his daughters were the same. Of course, this kind of chubbiness wasn't offensive, it was rather endearing. It was like the overweight characters often seen in American blockbusters. People didn't harbor any hostility towards them. Just like the chubby kid now speaking to Zhao Hongyu, with his curly brown hair and chubby face dotted with freckles, he seemed quite approachable. Oh, you want to be an agent for this business? Zhao Hongyu piqued his interest. After all, he was the first aristocratic child to approach him. Just for his courage, Zhao Hongyu had to offer him a little sweetness. Dealing with the old men was fine, but if he could cultivate their next generation, well, business was the best way to cultivate relationships, wasn't it? Especially since this chubby kid had taken the initiative to greet him and ask to be an agent for the milk tea business. It showed he was decisive and intelligent. Such a person could be considered a talent. While he could cultivate genetically modified humans, Zhao Hongyu felt it was still necessary to absorb the indigenous talent of this era. The little fat man was visibly nervous. Zhao Hongyu could see his hands trembling slightly. Although the little fat man concealed it well, Zhao Hongyu still noticed. Yes, Your Highness, I would like to be the agent for this milk tea business. However, I don't think the milk is necessary. I'm primarily interested in that tea. Although the little fat man was nervous and frightened, his business instincts prevailed. allowing him to control his body and act as normal as possible in front of Zhao Hongyu. The little fat man knew that his success depended on this one encounter. Whether he and his mother's lives could improve also depended on how his talks with the American prince went. He had been praying for a chance to change his fate, and now that opportunity was before him, he must seize it firmly and not let it slip away. You're right. The milk isn't the main thing, this tea is the most important, Zhao Hongyu said to the little fat man with a kind smile. But you also forgot another essential ingredient for milk tea, sugar. Zhao Hongyu tilted his head slightly and winked at the chubby boy. Introduce yourself first. You haven't even introduced yourself yet, Zhao Hongyu reminded the nervous boy. Ed Carlemans, Your Highness. With Zhao Hongyu's reminder, the chubby boy finally remembered he hadn't introduced himself. I'm very sorry, I was a little nervous, Zhao Hongyu smiled and didn't care. He still admired the chubby boy. At least, he could seize the opportunity, right? For someone like him, it's not a bad idea to give him hope. Tell me, why do you want to be the distributor of this beverage, Your Highness? I notice this tea isn't the kind that merchant ships bring from the East. I guess it's unique to America, the chubby boy asked. Zhao Hongyu nodded. It's not that there's no such tea in the East. It's just that merchants don't recognize this kind of tea. They only buy green tea. Indeed, in that era, the only tea Europeans bought from the East was green tea. As for black tea, it took another 100 years for it to gain recognition, first becoming popular in Britain before sweeping across Europe. So, Zhao Hongyu wasn't wrong. Let me be frank, Your Highness. Even if such a tea existed in the East, I imagine the transportation costs would be very high. So, I want to be the distributor for this tea in Europe, and also promote milk tea. The chubby little man seemed less nervous as he explained his plan. Why not promote this kind of drink? Zhao Hongyu was curious. It's very simple, Your Highness, the chubby little man said with a smile. If people recognize and accept this kind of tea, then my tea will sell well too, right? Haha. So his plan could be considered a cultural promotion model. It's incredible that someone in this era could have such insight. Zhao Hongyu thought this chubby little man was truly a talent. Well, then, do you have the capital? Zhao Hongyu asked. The fat boy's smile faltered, for Zhao Hongyu's question was precisely the one he found most difficult to answer. He had no money. His low status in the family meant he couldn't possibly possess much. Furthermore, he didn't even have any claim to the Viscount's throne. Otherwise, he wouldn't be approaching Zhao Hongyu to discuss business. The fat boy's actions were simply a desire to find an opportunity, a chance to change his fate. He was, in fact, an illegitimate child. Although adopted by Viscount Ed, he held no status within the household. His 4 brothers and 3 sisters were not happy with him. The reason was simple, having someone like him in the family meant having one more person to share the wealth and expenses. Although the fat boy, called Ed Carlemans, only received a meager 2 silver pesos in allowance each month, it wasn't a good thing for his brothers and sisters. Viscount Ed's wife had already forced him to write a will, specifically stating that the fat boy had no share. But even so, no one liked him. Your Highness, I have no money. After much thought, the little fat man told Zhao Hongyu the truth. This is a difficult situation. Without money, how can you hire merchant ships and buy black tea to Guangdong? Without money, you can't move an inch. Your plan is a good one, but without money, it's impossible to implement, Zhao Hongyu said to the little fat man, also wanting to see how he would answer him. If he was truly clever, then the little fat man would definitely find a way to solve the problem, or at least convince himself. But if he gave up like this, then Zhao Hongyu would never pay any attention to him again. The little fat man, Ed Carlemans, rubbed his hands together, a slightly pleading look on his face. Your Highness, this tea of yours is called black tea, right? The little fat man did not answer Zhao Hongyu, but asked a question instead. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Yes, is there a problem, Your Highness? Please forgive me for being frank. This kind of tea has no market here. If you don't add sugar and milk, no one will buy it. The reason is simple, everyone only recognizes green tea, not black tea, the little fat man said to Zhao Hongyu. So, I hope you can give me a chance, and also give black tea a chance. Let me use my plan to promote it. It will benefit both you and me. Little fatty Ed looked at Zhao Hongyu sincerely. Of course, I have no money, not even a ship for trade. And my father won't give me a penny. I have to be honest about this. You are very honest, Ed. Zhao Hongyu said. So, I wonder if you could hire me as your trader first, Ed explained his plan. Zhao Hongyu suddenly laughed at Ed's words. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's sudden smile, little fatty Ed Karamans was a little panicked. Did he say something wrong? Or did he choose the wrong words? He couldn't help but feel a little scared. Ed, you're not actually looking to be an agent, you're just looking to hire me, Zhao Hongyu said, leaving Ed stunned. Zhao Hongyu, in the later world, had seen plenty of these little tricks. Every year at the numerous job fairs for university graduates, all sorts of tactics were employed. The little fatty's tactics were countless. But Zhao Hongyu knew this wasn't the later world, but the 17th century. Therefore, the little fatty's ability to come up with such a scheme to sell him off was truly brilliant. First, he pitched an idea to him, catching his interest. Then, he began discussing a partnership, thus prolonging the conversation. Step by step, he ultimately achieved his goal. You're very clever, your mind works quickly. I bet this idea of selling me off came to you after you arrived here, Zhao Hongyu said, looking at the nervous little fatty Ed with admiration. I have to say you've convinced me. I think hiring you won't be difficult. Zhao Hongyu's words excited the little fatty, a look of delight on his face. But I still want to know, as the son of a viscount, why do you want me to hire you? To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 287. The fatty is a talent. Your father is Viscount Ed. You shouldn't be working like an ordinary person, right? I don't understand why you're going to all this trouble to get me to hire you, Zhao Hongyu asked Fatty Ed, perplexed. Fatty Ed glanced back. His father and the other nobles were still dancing, while the other young people were either watching or enjoying snacks. No one noticed him at all. He then turned back and whispered to Zhao Hongyu, I need money. I'm almost 18. When I turn 18, I'll be kicked out of the house, and I'll have to rely on myself. I don't want to be a street beggar, so I want to find an opportunity. Zhao Hongyu saw a lot hidden in Fatty Ed's expression. I'm an illegitimate child, with no status in the family. My mother is a farmer, and I'm just the product of a drunken hunting trip by my father. But since I'm his son, it would be embarrassing to leave him out there, so he took me home. The fat man actually told Zhao Hongyu the truth. My mother was an honest woman. She voluntarily separated from me so I could live the life of an aristocrat. Ed, now slowly calming down, began to recount his own story. Unfortunately, she didn't know that many things were completely different from what she imagined. Zhao Hongyu could already guess what was going to happen next without Ed explaining it. It was simply a series of family matters and financial problems. Aren't many aristocratic families plagued by such issues? Viscount Ed's family was no exception. Let me guess. An illegitimate child was disinherited and on the verge of being kicked out. So, he had to find a job to avoid becoming a beggar or even a destitute, right? Zhao Hongyu interrupted Ed and told him the following story. Although it was Zhao Hongyu's guess, it was also very accurate. Yes, Your Highness, that's it, Ed readily admitted. Zhao Hongyu looked at Ed seriously and said, I don't want to get involved in your family affairs, they have nothing to do with me. And your own fate has nothing to do with me, you must understand that. Ed, the little fat boy, nodded. Zhao Hongyu continued, I admire your courage and intelligence, so I'm willing to give you this opportunity. Don't think I'm moved by your tragic life story. There are many people in this world whose lives are 10,000 times more miserable than yours. You must remember that, Your Highness. Do you agree to hire me? The little fat boy asked excitedly. Yes, I'm willing to hire you as our advertising agent. I'll pay you a salary and give you a year-end dividend based on your tea sales. I don't think you'll refuse, will you? Zhao Hongyu smiled at the little fat boy. Of course I wouldn't refuse. Only a fool would refuse. Thank you, Your Highness. I will do my best. Please rest assured, I will. The little fat boy's words were now a little incoherent due to his excitement. Don't talk. I want to see your actual actions and data. But before that, I'd like to hear your detailed marketing plan. Okay, Your Highness, I'll tell you right away. The little fat man nodded in response. He then proceeded to explain his marketing plan to Zhao Hongyu. It must be said that this little fat man was truly a genius. He had only just boarded the battleship and encountered milk tea, and he had already come up with something in his mind. Because of the short time, while his ideas weren't fully developed, they were enough to impress Zhao Hongyu. It was simple. Little fatty Ed wasn't from the future. He couldn't possibly know so much about business. He was just a European teenager who had just emerged from the darkness of the Middle Ages. To have this much knowledge was already quite impressive. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu couldn't expect too much from Little Fatty Ed. Even so, Little Fatty Ed's ideas surprised Zhao Hongyu greatly. The conversation between Little Fatty Ed and Zhao Hongyu finally caught the attention of the others. "Hey, isn't that Viscount Ed's bastard? I never thought he'd have the courage to talk to that American prince. Absolutely incredible. What's your son talking about with his highness? They seem very happy. Is that still our dull, useless brother, damn bastard, trying to steal the spotlight? But it doesn't matter, he'll be leaving this family soon." Everyone's reactions were mixed, but that didn't affect Ed and Zhao Hongyu's conversation. Through Ed's narration, Zhao Hongyu learned the fat boy's initial plan. He would become a distributor of black tea, initially offering free advertising to encourage more people to understand the benefits of mixing tea with milk and become accustomed to it. Initially, he might not make much money, and might even lose a lot. But once people accepted and became accustomed to it, wealth would roll in. Such a small tactic would be common in later generations, but in 1621, it was unprecedented. The reason was simple: no merchants would take the risk of selling an unfamiliar product, especially for free at the beginning. But Zhao Hongyu was different. He fully agreed with this promotional method. Ed had made it clear, since this product wasn't widely accepted, they should simply increase public awareness. Once people became accustomed to it and accepted it, the market would be enormous. Of course, Ed was also conservative. He had to consider Zhao Hongyu's level of acceptance. Therefore, in Ed's plan, he targeted only the nobility. This way, the number of people receiving free supplies would be significantly reduced, allowing Zhao Hongyu to avoid significant losses. While Ed's idea was technically sound, Zhao Hongyu saw it differently. It wasn't that Ed's plan was bad, it was simply too conservative. Well, Zhao Hongyu understood the little fat man. After all, everyone's level of understanding differed, leading to different perspectives. But given the era in which the little fat man lived, his insight was admirable. "Your plan is excellent, but I think it's a bit conservative. I hope you'll focus not only on the nobles, but also on the common people. After all, the nobles are a minority and unlikely to purchase large quantities of goods. But the common people are different, their numerical superiority will ensure we make a lot of money," Zhao Hongyu said to the fat boy seriously. He believed the fat boy was a talent worth cultivating. That's why Zhao Hongyu said that. He wouldn't have worried about anyone else. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, the fat boy thought for a moment and said, "You're my boss now, and I'll follow your instructions. But our initial investment is too huge, and I don't know if you..." Before the fat boy could finish, Zhao Hongyu interrupted him, "Don't worry. Do you think I'm short-sighted? There are tens of millions of people in Europe, not including Africans and Arabs. If your plan succeeds, just imagine the enormous wealth that will generate." Zhao Hongyu painted a brilliant vision for the future for the fat boy, and he was stunned. While it's true that Zhao Hongyu was targeting the nobility, they were ultimately a minority. As Zhao Hongyu had said, it was always the common people who held purchasing power. If they became accustomed to this kind of product and regularly consumed it, it would be an absolutely enormous fortune. The fat man sighed, believing he had found a good boss. He knew that no one else would agree to his plan. He would even be ridiculed as a lunatic, or even a fool. Because in Europe at that time, no one understood the importance of cultivating a personal customer base. No one recognized this. Indeed, it didn't matter if a product lacked customers, as long as you persevered and cultivated them, you could achieve it. As long as your product was truly useful and deeply connected to people's lives, then there was nothing to worry about. It was a completely ahead of its time concept. "Let me tell you a story," Zhao Hongyu observed, stunned by his words as the fat man stood there, stunned, and decided to teach him the concept. In this world, there is a small island with many inhabitants. They are prosperous, happy, and hard-working. One day, a merchant arrived on the island. He sold shoes. The story told to the little fat boy has become a household name in later generations. But the little fat boy listened with rapt attention. He felt that the story contained a wisdom that transcended all his knowledge. He listened attentively, also pondering what it would be like if he were a merchant and visited that island. The story was short, and Zhao Hongyu finished it quickly. Afterward, Zhao Hongyu asked the little fat boy, "Ed, look, the two merchants had two different choices and mindsets. The first merchant, Upon learning that the islanders didn't wear shoes, left in disappointment, giving up his wealth and opportunity. The second merchant, on the other hand, was not discouraged by the news, but was actually delighted. He saw something different from the first merchant: business opportunity and wealth. The little fat boy, Ed, nodded repeatedly, admitting that he was moved by the second merchant. Normal people generally think in the same way as the first merchant. The little fat man himself pondered this, suspecting he'd leave disappointed like the first merchant. You see, life, like business, requires wisdom and diverse perspectives, Zhao Hongyu said to the little fat man, Ed, with a smile. Often, what most people think is crazy is probably wrong. Maintain the same mindset and perspective you had when you faced me today. I believe you can do better. The little fat man nodded seriously. Your Highness, thank you for this story. I know what to do now. The little fat man's heart suddenly filled with confidence and gratitude. Oh, my child, what are you talking about with your Highness? At this moment, the little fat man's father, Viscount Ed, approached, a false smile on his chubby face. He was surprised to see his illegitimate son chatting so happily with Zhao Hongyu. He worried that his illegitimate son's misbehavior might offend Zhao Hongyu, the god of wealth, so he finally came over with a sense of worry. Father, seeing his father approach, the little fatty Ed called out with a timid look on his face, then stood there anxiously, watching him. Zhao Hongyu could tell the little fatty was terrified of his father. Your Highness, my child didn't say anything wrong, did he? If so, please forgive me, Viscount Ed, without even asking for details, assumed his child might have said something wrong. He felt truly sorry for the little fatty. Was he truly so despised in his father's eyes? Zhao Hongyu also felt sorry for Ed himself. His own child was so bright and thoughtful, yet as a father, he didn't realize how much of a failure he was. If he had let the little fatty share some of his responsibilities, perhaps their family would have prospered long ago. It's not uncommon for a single good idea to propel a family to success. It's a shame that Viscount Ed lacked the skills of a skilled horse scout and failed to recognize his illegitimate son as a true talent. No, Viscount Ed, I had a very pleasant conversation with your son. I think he's very courageous, thoughtful, and intelligent. I've decided to hire him as a distributor for one of my American goods. Megan and the others, along with the young people following Viscount Ed, gasped. None of them could have imagined that Ed Carlemans, who usually seemed timid and dull, could be so lucky. Especially Megan and the other nobles, who were well aware of the immense value of American goods. It's a blessing for him that His Highness has taken a liking to him. I never thought this child could have such good fortune, Viscount Ed laughed. He believed his illegitimate son was likely just lucky, and he hadn't considered anything else. He wasn't the only one who thought so. Megan, the other nobles, and the young people who had passed by shared the same view. In their minds, the fat little Ed Carlemans wasn't just a lowly bastard, he was a virgin. Everyone knew he was about to come of age and leave Viscount Ed's household. By that time, the little fat guy would definitely not survive. Yes, that's what everyone thought. At this time, Zhao Hongyu shook his head and said to everyone, No. 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 This is not luck. Ed Carlemans came to me himself and made a very good suggestion. I think his suggestion is very good, so I gave him such an opportunity. I never refuse talent. Ed Carlemans is a talent. After listening to Zhao Hongyu's words, everyone suddenly felt that their brains were not enough to be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 288. After the banquet. No one wanted to believe this fact. A guy who was originally regarded as a waste by everyone was actually a talent in the eyes of the American prince. But no matter what, since the prince from America said so, they couldn't refute it. If that was the case, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of the prince? They would never do such a stupid thing. Especially Megan, who needed the sugar business, and Viscount Ed and the others. For Ed, he felt very proud now. After all, his son was chosen by the prince and hired, which meant that his son had a closer relationship with the prince. With this relationship, there would definitely be some benefits in the future. Even he, the father, could take advantage of it. Compared with other nobles who brought their children, his son was quite capable. Zhao Hongyu no longer had any interest in being hypocritical with these people. He found an excuse and left the deck. The remaining nobles were received by Sarah and Emma. Wang Shan followed Zhao Hongyu and walked into the captain's room with him. As a noble lady originally from the European continent, Sarah was very capable of dealing with these people. Emma, like Zhao Hongyu, felt very chatty. The dance was still going on. Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan had already walked into the cabin. Several genetic soldiers were guarding the door to prevent anyone from breaking in. After closing the door, Wang Shan turned around and looked at Zhao Hongyu and said. Zhao Hongyu sat down and nodded. Wang Shan walked over and sat down on a wooden chair in front of Zhao Hongyu and said. Wang Shan had not heard the self-destruction of the little fat man Ed, nor seen his little tricks, so he did not understand the strengths of the little fat man Ed. Therefore, it is normal for him to have some doubts about this. So Zhao Hongyu explained to him. Then, Zhao Hongyu told Wang Shan how the little fat man came to him and expressed his ideas and suggestions. After that, Zhao Hongyu smiled and said to Wang Shan, after listening to Zhao Hongyu's story, Wang Shan finally understood the difference of the little fat man. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said. Wang Shan nodded. Zhao Hongyu picked up the water margin beside him, poured a glass of boiled water, then took out the effervescent tablet from his pocket and put one in. The cup began to churn and bubbles appeared. Zhao Hongyu gave Wang Shan a look. Wang Shan knew what he should do without Zhao Hongyu saying it. Zhao Hongyu took a sip of the vitamin-supplemented effervescent tablet water and put down the cup in his hand. Wang Shan raised his right hand and gestured with his thumb. Only then did Wang Shan understand Zhao Hongyu's real intention. The concession had independent judicial power and a small border. Although it was still Portuguese territory in legal terms, the concession was not under the jurisdiction of Portugal, at least not during the lease period. Therefore, many criminals could do nothing to them as long as they ran into the concession, because they could not cross the border into the concession to arrest people, which would cause a diplomatic incident. Therefore, they could only negotiate with the Song Empire to negotiate for the concession armed forces to help arrest people, and then negotiate to hand over the prisoners to them. These things have happened in China in later generations, and Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan are well aware of them. In short, having a concession is of great benefit to the Song Empire. It is completely possible to track those Portuguese who want to resist the Spaniards, and then place them in the concession to protect them. It can even use the concession to provide them with weapons and supplies. Haha, in fact, to put it bluntly, the concession is a base for terrorists. Dividing line. When Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan were talking in the cabin, it was already very late in the evening. The nobles enjoyed the exotic music and exquisite snacks, and all sighed that the trip was worthwhile. The nobles said goodbye one after another. Before leaving, Megan made a special plea to Sarah. The fat boy Ed, like Megan, said that he would come again tomorrow. Sarah certainly welcomed these two people, because she knew that her young husband must need them to do something. As a wife, sometimes you have to understand this. Standing in front of the railing of the deck, watching the nobles get on the carriage and leave, Emma couldn't help but complain to Sarah at this time. They are still children after all. Sarah smiled and shook her head, raising her hand to embrace. Dim candlelight had already been lit on the streets of the dock on the shore, and the candle-filled lantern swayed in the wind. At dusk, the bodies of the troublemakers had long been taken away. The dock at this time seemed deserted. The genetic soldiers on the deck began to patrol, and the team of genetic soldiers on the shore was relieved by another team. For Sarah and Emma, another day passed like this. Emma shook off her worries at this time, walked to the table that had not been cleared, picked up the kettle of milk tea, and said to Sarah, Sarah is the same. But like Emma, she has fallen in love with the taste of milk tea. Emma clapped her hands happily, very excited. She asked her maid to make another pot of milk tea and barbecue. The two women, one big and one small, went to the roof of the attic and began to enjoy the sea breeze and the night view. Among the departing nobles, Viscount Ed's family was also chatting with each other. Viscount Ed's eldest son looked at the fat boy Ed and said in a strange tone. The eldest brother's words immediately resonated with the other brothers and sisters. He had gotten a little attention today, so how could they not feel resentful? For a moment, the brothers and sisters' verbal attacks spread throughout the carriage. The fat boy, Ed, lowered his head and didn't refute, letting them laugh at him. But in his heart, he was loudly refuting. Chapter 289. People leaving the banquet. The black carriage trudged along the bumpy, muddy, and filthy streets, a stench wafting into the air, making one want to vomit. These damned refugees have ruined Lisbon. The American Crown Prince was right. Instead of begging and committing crimes here, it's better to make them useful. Viscount Ed and his wife sat inside the carriage, peering out through the doorway, disgust on their faces. That bastard is having a blast today. I can't believe the American prince would settle on such a useful creature, Viscount Ed's plump wife said with a tone of unkindness and disdain. It must be said that the Ed family is a truly peculiar family. Every member is so round, and even their children have inherited this excellent gene. Retracting his gaze, Viscount Ed looked at his wife. No matter what, he's my son, with my Ed blood flowing through his veins. And if he's chosen by the prince to work for him, it'll be good for our entire family. I hope you won't say that anymore. How could Viscount Ed not know his wife's thoughts? She had always disliked her son and had long wanted to get rid of him. She had even agreed to kick him out of the house as soon as he came of age. He had originally agreed, believing he had no apparent abilities, and it was better to let him fend for himself than to keep a useless person at home. But what he hadn't expected was that today, the fat boy had actually caused him some confusion. It seemed he had always underestimated his son. His change of heart was something his wife couldn't fail to notice. In her view, the fat boy's threat had greatly increased. Viscount Ed's solemn words just now spoke volumes. He's just a bastard. Although he carries the blood of your Ed family, don't forget that the other half of his blood is from a lowly peasant woman. Viscount Ed didn't want to argue with his wife about this matter, there was no point. Seeing her husband ignore her, even closing his eyes, she grew even more furious. What? You want to change your attitude towards that bastard? But don't forget how we treated him all those years. Do you think doing something now will make amends? Suppressing her panic and anger, she spoke to Viscount Ed word by word. Viscount Ed's mouth twitched at her words. Yes, his wife was right. For so many years, he had ignored this son. Now, all of a sudden, he's treating him well. Even a fool would know why. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing for him to do so? Viscount Ed couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The prince had indeed taken a liking to this son, but no one could predict how far his son would go. Just because of this, he rushed to lick his shoes. How would he live if word got out? Otherwise, let's wait and see. After all, he's his father. Even if their relationship is bad, he'll have a say in it once he gets better. Viscount Eddard quickly made his decision. His wife saw the change in Viscount Eddard's expression and knew his words had worked. She sneered inwardly. She knew her husband's character all too well. If I were you, I'd wait and see. If he's truly capable, it's not too late to shamelessly cling to him. After all, you're his father, and blood is thicker than water, the stout woman advised, her words half-heartedly. At the same time, she made a mental decision, to kick the fat boy out that night to avoid further complications. She didn't believe this bastard, whom she considered, was as capable as the prince claimed. Perhaps the prince was just a moron to begin with. Humph, someone who had always been considered a waste and a scumbag was actually considered a talent by him. Either he was blind, or heaven was blind. The poor little fat boy had no idea that tonight he would be homeless. At that moment, in the back carriage, little fatty Ed was being ridiculed and mocked by his brothers and sisters. But the little fat boy didn't talk back, knowing it would be pointless and would only result in a beating. His brothers simply hoped he'd talk back, giving them an excuse to attack. The clever little fat boy understood this perfectly, so why would he fall for it? Although he didn't know the Chinese saying, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, he knew that talking about revenge was a joke when he had no talent. He was confident that with his skills and knowledge, and the prince's appreciation, he could make a good living. In a few years, his brothers would be left looking up to him. By then, perhaps he should find a time to bring his mother out. I want her to see that her son is already a promising person, isn't he? Little fatty Ed was always deeply concerned about his mother. He always gave his mother the 2 silver pesos he received as pocket money each month at Viscount Ed's house, never spending it. To him, Viscount Ed's place wasn't his home at all. His home was a thatched cottage at the foot of a hill outside Lisbon. Hey, you piece of shit, what kind of magic did you use to deceive His Royal Highness? We're all very curious about this, so why don't you tell us? The fat boy's sisters joined in the verbal attacks. Fatty Ed lowered his head even lower, his eyes etched with hatred as he lowered his head. He had a wonderful childhood. Although fatherless, his mother doted on him. But then his father suddenly appeared, claiming it was inappropriate for a child of an aristocratic family to be living away from home. He insisted on taking him away from his mother. His mother, heartbroken, gave him up in order to give him a happier life. But what she could never have imagined was that her life after being taken back by Viscount Ed would be nothing like the wonderful life he had described. or the life her mother had imagined. To Viscount Ed, she was like a dog, perhaps even worse than a dog, to be more precise. The carriage left Lisbon and began its bumpy journey toward Viscount Ed's estate in the suburbs. No one could have known the unexpected events that would unfold in Viscount Ed's household tonight, a change that would leave Viscount Ed with a lifelong regret. It would also haunt the little fat boy's siblings. If only I could. I have another meeting with His Royal Highness tomorrow. Today I discussed the sugar business with him. He's promised to supply me with 20,000 tons of sugar annually, exclusively. Elsewhere, Viscount Megan and his wife were also conversing. He recounted his encounter with Zhao Hongai that day to his frail wife. Thank God. If this deal goes through, things will improve at home, his wife was delighted. Haha, we'll definitely be able to negotiate. We've already reached an agreement after just a preliminary contact today. And the Crown Prince wants to establish a concession here, so he needs my help, doesn't he? Megan felt like today was her lucky day. Even though her family and Viscount Ed had partnered to build 2 ships and engage in maritime trade, the money they earned wasn't enough to cover their expenses. The reason was simple: aristocratic life was too expensive. To save face, they couldn't reduce their expenses, so they had to puff up their wallets. Did anyone know that Viscount Megan, the highest administrator in Lisbon, already owed a large Jewish merchant in Madrid 80,000 silver pesos? Repayment notice had already been issued, and if Megan didn't pay, they would take action. That Jewish merchant was incredibly powerful, connected to many powerful nobles. The Spanish royal family also borrowed from him. It was simply beyond the reach of a minor noble like her. Fortunately, the Jewish merchants of that era, while lending money at high interest rates, were nothing compared to what would happen in later generations. The loan comes with a 10% interest rate and a 1-year term. Is this considered usury? If Zhao Hongai were here, he'd probably die of laughter. 9 out, 13 back, 10-day periods, and even more interest on top of that, they're going to be screwed. Of course, this was all a play on the back of the American mafia rampaging across Europe. The nobles of the continent haven't yet encountered such inhumane rules. You know, when I saw that snow-white sugar, it felt like sparkling silver coins, Viscount Megan excitedly said to his wife. His wife nodded. Indeed, that sugar tastes amazing. Compared to the sugar we eat now, it's like a gift from heaven. Yes, it's a gift from God. With this sugar business, I can escape the debt crisis and rebuild our family, Viscount Megan said, looking at his wife seriously. We can live a more prosperous life, and I won't have to spend all my time fooling around with rich women. At this point, Viscount Megan looked at his wife with an apologetic look. It turned out that Viscount Megan had been fooling around with those wealthy women for the sake of his family. It was hard to believe, but it was the truth. It really felt like something out of a fairy tale. Soon, we won't have to live like this anymore. Viscount Megan's wife reached out, took his hand, and soothed him softly. Europe, oh Europe. There were so many things in 17th century Europe that were incomprehensible. To be continued. If you like this work, please come to Kidian to vote or subscribe. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 290. The trend is rising. A lot happened overnight. Zhao Hongai couldn't possibly know that Fatty Ed had been kicked out, but he didn't come looking for Zhao Hongai. Instead, he went to the countryside to find his mother, intending to talk with her and tell her that he would be working for Zhao Hongai. Fatty Ed saw his expulsion as just what he wanted. He knew his father and siblings' greed would eventually cause him trouble, so he was overjoyed to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. They didn't believe he could really make a name for himself anyway, so he would just work hard to make them regret it later. If they tried to take advantage of him then, they wouldn't have such a good time. His story spread quickly, becoming the talk of the Lisbon aristocracy at breakfast the next morning. Many aristocrats were pessimistic about Fatty Ed's future, considering him young and useless. Although he had the favor of the Crown Prince of the American Empire, how long would that favor last? Perhaps the Crown Prince was just acting on a whim. Only Megan disagreed, but he couldn't be bothered to help Fatty Ed right now. That evening, upon returning home, he immediately gathered his men and began preparing to clear the beggars in Lisbon. He drafted the documents overnight and dispatched them to Madrid at top speed for submission. The document was simple, outlining the concessions, the beggar clearance, and the benefits Spain would receive. The sugar business still required the signing of documents and the dispatch of ships to America. But clearing the beggars and criminals offered immediate profit. So, Early the next morning, Lisbon law enforcement officers began their operation. They first targeted the real criminals, rounding up groups of thieves, robbers, and bandits. To everyone's delight, these arrested individuals were publicly tried, with witnesses called to testify against them. To exaggerate the charges, even the nobles who had colluded with Zhao Hongyu had their own people pretend to be victims and fabricate stories. Since these people were genuine criminals, there was no need to worry about exposure. Thus, a large number of serious criminals were freshly revealed. The shortest sentence was 30 years, clearly demonstrating the reckless nature of these nobles' pursuit of silver. However, until Spain responded, these prisoners could not be handed over to Zhao Hongyu, as the price could not be determined. Consequently, the prisons in Lisbon were rapidly overcrowded. The crackdown on crime campaign in Lisbon was enthusiastically welcomed by the general public. They felt that such an initiative was long overdue. The criminals dared to enter homes and commit violence in broad daylight, leaving the public with no real safety. The public trials also provided a source of entertainment for the common people, who were as excited as if they were celebrating a carnival. It was a pity, however, that at that time, European festivals were rare, and there were no entertainment activities. Therefore, the Europeans of this era lived a rather dull life. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought their families to watch the beheadings or hangings of criminals. The reason was simple. Just treat it like an entertainment show. God bless you, how far do they have to go to treat executions as entertainment? In Lisbon's central square, heavily guarded by soldiers, prisoners were brought to the stand one by one. A panel of judges and priests began to determine sentences for their crimes. With each criminal taking the stand, the onlookers erupted in cheers, as if they were celebrities. The trial was solemn and dignified, the outcome resembling a stage play. But regardless, Zhao Hongyu and Megan had ultimately achieved their desired goal. As for the minor flaws in the process, no one cared. Megan and her team had already bribed the priest. Two fresh young boys had spent the night with him, and with a small bag of gold pesos, it all seemed so simple, right? So, as each prisoner stepped onto the stand, the priest pronounced them guilty. Well, that was pronounced by the righteous Jehovah. Then, Megan would preside over the trial on behalf of the human world, judging the other party's guilt. Megan had originally wanted to invite Zhao Hongyu to attend, but considering the stench in the Lisbon streets, Zhao Hongyu declined to attend. Lisbon is about as far from Madrid as the distance between the Chinese capital and Taiwan, or between Nanning and Guangzhou. In later times, it would take just over 10 hours by bus or highway, but this was in 1621. There were no highways, and the roads were all potholed, dirt, and mountainous. Therefore, even for news from Lisbon to reach Madrid, it would take at least 3 or 4 days, or even longer. Not to mention the delays the nobles faced after Megan's message reached Madrid. Haha, Zhao Hongyu probably had to stay in Lisbon for a month. But Zhao Hongyu didn't mind. Life aboard the battleship was good, after all. There was food and drink, and he could admire the Lisbon architecture ashore and enjoy the sea breeze. It was a pretty comfortable life for him. The chaos in Lisbon had no effect on Zhao Hongyu. However, Zhao Hongyu still found a merchant ship bound for America and asked them to deliver a letter to Zhang Tai. The letter contained a simple message, telling Zhang Tai to prepare some ships and come to Lisbon to retrieve the prisoners. 2 days passed like this. Little Fatty Ed and his mother found Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu had heard about Little Fatty's plight. This was revealed by a visiting Megan. Zhao Hongyu couldn't comment on Little Fatty's family, but he thought they were truly clueless. Your Highness, I'm home now. If possible, I'd like to start working right away. Little Fatty was straightforward. Upon meeting Zhao Hongyu, he immediately stated his desire to work and earn money. A request? In Zhao Hongyu's opinion, it wasn't even a request. He simply wanted to work to support his mother, and there was nothing wrong with that. This showed that Little Fatty was a very filial man. Since he was so devoted to his mother, he must be trustworthy. Of course, earning Zhao Hongyu's trust required more than this. Want to work? Sure. But you know I can't ship you large quantities of goods right now, so you can start your expansion plans right away. But first, you can go and see the land Viscount Megan is planning to allocate to us, because I think construction will begin there soon. Little Fatty had paused for a moment and said, Your Highness, so I'll take charge of things there for now, right? Zhao Hongyu nodded. I've got to make some money to support my family, okay, Little Fatty Ed readily agreed. Well, I want to go see it too. Megan told me about that place, and I have to see it for myself. Zhao Hongyu stood up and told Wang Shan to make preparations. He wanted to personally inspect the wasteland. Wang Shan, prepare the horses. Bring some people along, and we'll go and see the future concession land. Wang Shan quickly prepared over 40 horses. Zhao Hongyu had Wang Shan send people to buy these horses from nearby. Many noble families have extra horses, and keeping them is a waste of money. It would be better for him to buy them. Your Highness, aren't you taking Queen Sarah and Queen Emma? Wang Shan asked before leaving. No, they said they're going to study something at home. Zhao Hongyu shook his head, flicking the reins and urging his warhorse to gallop off. Who? The genetic guards, Wang Shan, and the fat boy Ed followed. Megan was going to allocate the wasteland to Zhao Hongyu and his group. It was not far from the dock. Just south of Lisbon, it was an area with numerous small, gravelly hills. By horseback, it took about 15 minutes to reach Lisbon's harbor, but due to the uneven terrain, no one had ever cultivated it. Furthermore, the ground was completely gravelly, making it unsuitable for farming. This place is quite nice, very close to Lisbon. If we build a cement road, we can significantly shorten the journey to the port. After taking a look at the surroundings, Wang Shan rode up to Zhao Hongyu and said to him. Zhao Hongyu nodded. We can also build a port from here, connecting to the port terminal in Lisbon. It can serve as a dedicated anchorage for imperial merchant ships, eliminating the need to anchor at the Lisbon dock. He pointed at the beach before him and said loudly, Your Highness, how do you plan to develop this place? At this time, little Fatty Ed slowly approached and asked. Indeed, little Fatty Ed was very curious about what the American Crown Prince wanted to do with such a concession. He had already considered many possibilities. Building a castle or a large estate. After all, wasn't that what the nobles did? But that was only done within their own territory. This place, on the other hand, would only be a concession, rented. Although it might take a long time, decades or even a century, ultimately, this land was not theirs, so no matter how well they developed it, it would be useless. Because in the end, everything will become someone else's wedding dress. So, little Fatty Ed couldn't understand how His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would use this land to build his concession. It would be a loss, Ed thought. No matter how you build, it will be reclaimed by the deadline. Even if you build something shabby, it's still a loss. Zhao Hongyu glanced back at little Fatty Ed, smiled, and said, I plan to build an imperial embassy here, as well as military barracks, a hospital, a school, and even residential housing for the citizens sent by the empire. Of course, I'll also develop some real estate and sell it to wealthy nobles. Zhao Hongyu's smile always revealed his huge white teeth. You know, the nobles he interacted with these days always envied his white teeth. Their teeth were all black and yellow, and some even had rotten gums. Even if they were nobles, so what? Lack of good brushing habits and poor oral hygiene were normal. Some noble ladies would also look fascinated when they saw Zhao Hongyu's bright white teeth. Zhao Hongyu sometimes wondered why the protagonists in the novels were so fascinated by ancient women. Were they not afraid of their bad breath? Sarah had this flaw at first, too. Fortunately, it had been corrected now. Looking at Zhao Hongyu's bright white teeth, the fat boy had felt a little dizzy. Oh my god, how can these teeth be so white? The fat boy grumbled inwardly. Toothpaste and toothbrushes have long been sold in America, but Europeans are unfamiliar with them and don't brush their teeth, so the products have never taken off. Your Highness, do you think there's profit in developing real estate here? The fat boy asked, shifting his attention from the white teeth. Of course, the real estate I develop is profitable. And I'm planning to open a supermarket, you know? One in every major European city, selling our products. Zhao Hongyu already had a grand plan in mind. Don't worry, Your Highness knows what's going on. Don't ask so many questions. I can't explain it to you right now because you don't have enough knowledge yet. Wang Shan nudged the little Fatty Ed, reminding him. Ed knew Wang Shan's identity and that he was His Highness's most trusted person, so he treated him with great respect. Some of our products in America are not well known and will need to be promoted in the future. These products are closely related to people's lives. If they can be successfully promoted, they will be a huge fortune. Zhao Hongyu said to the little fatty with a gleaming look. I noticed you've been observing my teeth. I wonder if you're wondering why mine are so white while yours are so yellow. Zhao Hongyu asked the little fatty with a wicked smile. The little fatty nodded. Honestly, Your Highness, I'm really curious. When I stand before you and talk to you, your breath is fragrant, while those of the other nobles have a foul odor. The little fatty spoke truthfully. Zhao Hongai looked at the little fat man seriously and said, "Actually, it's really hard to talk to you because your breath stinks. It often makes me lose the desire to talk to you. This will be very detrimental to your future work. After all, your studio is selling products, and that inevitably involves interacting with people." The little fat man nodded, acknowledging Zhao Hongai's point. "Then, as a product promoter, I think you should first try your product." Zhao Hongai tilted his head towards Wang Shan, and Wang Shan then produced a small wooden box and a toothbrush. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote on Kidian, or vote for it monthly. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 can be used. What is this, Your Highness? Ed couldn't understand the purpose of the toothpaste and toothbrush Wang Shan had brought out. This is for keeping your mouth fresh and your teeth white. If you want teeth as white as ours, you need to buy this. After handing the toothpaste and toothbrush to the chubby Ed, Wang Shan smiled and explained how to use them. You can try them when you get home. This is also a product we'll be promoting in the future. As a promoter, it's important to familiarize yourself with the products you promote so you can better promote them to others. Ed nodded and pocketed the toothpaste and toothbrush. I think this place is pretty good. It's perfect for a concession, Zhao Hongaiu shouted to them after surveying the surrounding terrain. Wang Shan rode up to Zhao Hongaiu's side and reined in his horse. You can even build your own castle here. 1 square kilometer is actually quite large for us. If your plan to support the Portuguese succeeds, perhaps you'll have private territories in both Portugal and Spain, Zhao Hongaiu chuckled. That's true, but it's still a bit far off. Let's focus on the present, the two spoke in low voices, and the chubby Ed, standing nearby, didn't hear. After all, what Zhao Hongaiu and Wang Shan were discussing couldn't be shared with too many people. Zhao Hongaiu, along with Wang Shan, Ed, and the genetic guards, took another stroll through the wasteland. This on-site inspection gave him a detailed understanding of the land. It certainly had little value as farmland or urban development. But that was based on the technology and concepts available in Europe in 1621. To Zhao Hongaiu, this land, which Megan considered wasteland, was truly prime real estate. Indeed, according to Zhao Hongaiu's vision, he could build a dock and port. Then, connecting with the port of Lisbon and its docks would expand the port's throughput. Although the concession docks are generally not open to the public, they can rent out the extra berths that are not currently in use, generating a small profit. Furthermore, building a large port would also benefit the future American Empire merchant ships traveling between Europe and the US. After all, docking at European ports costs money. Owning one's own port and berths would save a considerable amount of money. Since it would save money, why not do it? Zhao Hongaiu himself believed that Lisbon was just the beginning. He planned to continue establishing concessions and docks in Europe. He would also use these concessions to gather intelligence and gauge the situation in various European countries. In short, the concessions are quite useful. Stability is unavoidable within every European country. Opponents are bound to exist. Using the concessions to win over these opponents and provide them with some leverage, allowing them to challenge the current authorities. Haha, just thinking about these things makes me excited. Then, civil unrest will break out in various European countries. It's even in complete chaos. Chaos in one country is fine, but if it happens to all countries, that's going to be really interesting. Chaos is good, chaos is the only way to fish in troubled waters, isn't it? Zhao Hongaiu didn't worry about how Europe's chaos would affect him. He loved seeing it. Chaos allowed him to seek greater benefits. He could interrupt their historical progress and hinder their development. Sitting on his horse, Zhao Hongaiu, Wang Shan, and Ed arrived at the edge of a cliff. Gazing at the azure coastline and the endless sea, letting the breeze caress his face, Zhao Hongaiu's thoughts drifted far away. It'll probably be a while before you can do anything. After all, Lisbon is separated from America by the Atlantic Ocean. It'll take time for us to send the message back, and it'll also take time for the Empire to receive the letter and ship it. Behind Zhao Hongaiu, Wang Shan and Ed, the chubby boy, were talking in low voices. Actually, Zhao Hongyu didn't need to go through all this trouble with his hack. He said this to Ed simply to keep him from noticing anything was amiss. Wang Shan's intentions were truly well-intentioned. So, for the time being, find a place for you and your mother to stay and enjoy a leisurely life. I doubt you'll have any free time once things get busy. Little Fatty Ed nodded, knowing what Wang Shan had said was true. It wasn't a problem for him and his mother to find a place near the docks for the time being. The problem was that he had no money when he left. That damn woman and his father had kicked him out of the house and hadn't even given him a penny. It was clear how harshly they had treated him, so Ed was having a bit of a hard time. He'd wanted to ask Zhao Hongyu for an advance, but he didn't know how to start. Getting paid for work isn't something anyone would say. But asking for money when he hasn't done anything is unacceptable. That's why Little Fatty Ed hadn't asked. Seeing Little Fatty agree, though with a look of embarrassment on his face, Wang Shan smiled knowingly. No money in your pocket? Little Fatty Ed gave a wry smile and nodded. Wang Shan smiled and pulled out a small deerskin pouch from his bosom, tossing it over. Here are 12 American gold coins, enough to last you a month. You need to save money, eat and drink well, and hire a few maids to look after your mother. You have to be considerate when working for us. Don't let outsiders see you working for us without even having a meal. That would be embarrassing for His Highness. Ed took the deerskin pouch, his expression slightly excited. He had never expected someone to lend him 12 gold coins. He knew a little about the American Empire's gold coins. These 12 coins, due to their high purity, had a higher exchange rate than the gold coins circulating in Europe. At the current exchange rate of 1 gold coin to 12 silver pesos, these coins could be exchanged for 13 or even 14 silver pesos. That meant he had about 150 or 60 silver pesos on hand. That was a considerable sum. You have to remember, the average person now only earns 4 or 5 silver pesos a month, and a cow costs only 20 or 30 pesos. But the man claimed that this was just his monthly expenses. That was outrageous. His father, Viscount Ed, only spent 70 or 80 pesos a month. We'll keep this amount in mind. Once you start working, we'll deduct it from your commission. Wang Shan said to Ed with a smile. But don't worry, we won't charge interest. And these products have great potential. If you sell well, you can pay them back in no time. Ed thought for a moment and took a deep breath. Indeed, he had great confidence in American products, especially black tea. According to Wang Shan, once the business got underway, paying them back would be easy with his own hard work. So, what was there to worry about? Thank you very much. This money really helps me out, Ed said sincerely. With this money, I can settle my mother down and free her from suffering. Zhao Hongyu regained his composure, turned his horse, and slowly approached the two men. Ed, are the officials in Lisbon, or rather, Portugal, all appointed by Spain? Among the nobles who attended my banquet a few days ago, were any Portuguese? Zhao Hongyu inquired as he approached them. Although he didn't understand why Zhao Hongyu was asking, Ed replied, Your Highness, as you said, all the officials in Lisbon, and indeed throughout Portugal, were appointed by Spain. And they are all Spanish. The nobles who attended your banquet a few days ago were all Spanish nobility. There were no Portuguese nobles at all. The Portuguese nobility have been ostracized from the aristocratic community and don't even live in the city anymore. Oh, how could that be? I'm very puzzled by this, Zhao Hongyu said, feigning curiosity. Can you tell me what's going on? Ed nodded and replied, Of course, Your Highness, it's not something you can't talk about. Then, Ed began to explain in detail. It turned out that after Spain nominally annexed Portugal, in order to effectively occupy the country, they began to suppress and attack the existing Portuguese nobility. These nobles, driven by this suppression, left the city and moved to the countryside to escape persecution from the Spanish, who not only persecuted them but who also plundered their property. As a result, deep resentment festered between the Portuguese nobility and the Spanish. For Spain, once these Portuguese nobles moved to the countryside and became local tycoons or small landowners, they would no longer pose a threat. After a few generations, their descendants would become mere peasants, oblivious to the glory their ancestors once possessed. This, admittedly, was a very long-term consideration. The Spanish were aware of the resentment of the Portuguese nobility. However, facing the might of the Spanish army, their resentment was nothing to fear. Although various European nations were rising to varying degrees and beginning to challenge Spanish authority, Spain remained a formidable giant to Portugal. As Zhao Hongyu prepared to return to Lisbon while listening to Ed's story, he pondered, "The Portuguese can be exploited." To be continued. If you enjoy this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian for the monthly subscription. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 292 Development in Progress. Everyone, hurry up and put all those poles up. In the American continent, Lake Ontario City, the scene was bustling with activity. Two-story buildings, a combination of concrete and wood, rose neatly from the ground. Between these buildings, straight concrete roads stretched into the distance. As the highest military and political leader here, Song Hu's plans were modeled after the modern American small-town community. He wasn't seeking skyscrapers, but he admired the American small-town scenery. He also sought to preserve the natural landscape as much as possible, not destroying what nature had provided. Besides the construction workers, many others had erected round wooden poles along the streets. Everyone was puzzled, wondering what these poles were for outside the houses. But for the sake of the pay, they didn't care. Unlike Manhattan, where spring had begun, Manhattan focused on cultivating farmland and building a highway connecting Lake Ontario and Quebec. Lake Ontario City focused on building residential buildings, streets, and public health facilities. Ontario City, Quebec City, Manhattan, and even other developing cities all have one thing in common: you won't find anyone idle in these cities. Everyone has something to do, no one is idle. Construction has brought numerous job opportunities to various cities, which has greatly delighted the French and British within the empire. They aren't afraid of work, they were only afraid of being idle. Because work can earn them money, and with that money, they can support their families. It's a simple, straightforward truth, isn't it? The British in Pennsylvania and Virginia also took notice of the rapid development in the empire, and a large influx of people began. Neither Zhang Tai nor Song Hu would turn down these job seekers. Many British who arrived in Manhattan never wanted to return to Pennsylvania or Virginia. Compared to these two regions, Manhattan was like heaven. This infuriated the administrators of both regions, but they could do nothing about it. If this continued, the entire population of Virginia and Pennsylvania would flee to the Song Empire, leaving them with nothing to do. How would they then fulfill the tax collection duties entrusted to them by the state? Furthermore, the Song Empire was too powerful, which wasn't a good thing for them. Many far-sighted officials could even foresee the day when Pennsylvania and Virginia would be annexed by the Song Empire. But even if some of them had seen this coming, they couldn't change anything. They couldn't offer enough jobs and high wages to attract the British. Therefore, they couldn't prevent the exodus of the population. Of course, there were proposals to impose a blockade, preventing people from seeking work in the Song Empire. But such a proposal was rejected. Only an idiot would support such a proposal. It's obvious that if it passed, the people would surely revolt. So, the British in Pennsylvania and Virginia could only watch helplessly. Zhang Tai, Manhattan's highest official, understood all of this. For him, this was the outcome he wanted to see. He knew that Pennsylvania and Virginia would eventually be annexed by the empire, and if a bloodless solution could be achieved, that would be the best. But how could the two regions be brought to heel without bloodshed? Economic warfare. Yes, Zhang Tai considered economic warfare. First, the people of this era still had a vague concept of national identity. Therefore, their loyalty to their respective countries, needless to say, was practically non-existent. This gave Zhang Tai an advantage in employing economic warfare. The saying "whoever feeds you is your mother and wherever you can make money is your homeland" was no exaggeration. With the exception of a small number of those who came seeking work in Manhattan, the rest were sent to Ontario City or Quebec, where greater manpower was needed. Besides providing these people with job opportunities, the civilian commissars of the intelligence department would periodically indoctrinate the workers with special ideas, indoctrinating them. As a result, these Europeans who entered the Song Empire were practically beginning to consider themselves citizens. They simply hadn't received their citizenship documents yet, but they believed they could achieve this through their own hard work, and working in the Song Empire also offered them unprecedented benefits. The people here are friendly, full of hope and longing for the future, and everyone is highly motivated. This is completely different from the lifeless Europe, Pennsylvania, or Virginia. Here, as long as you obey the law, you will receive your salary, and there will be no deductions. No one will bother you, allowing you to enjoy the fruits of your labor in peace. Working and living in the cities of the Song Empire is so pleasant. There are no exploitative people here, no countless exorbitant taxes, and every system is made public for everyone to see clearly. Even the boss they work for will post a notice showing how much he spends on food each week, so that everyone knows he's not cheating. In the Song Empire, they truly feel like individuals. When people burst into hope and longing, the energy and drive are absolutely unimaginable. Zhao and his team are very happy to see this phenomenon. On the streets of Lake Ontario City, after the wooden columns were erected, the workers began to lay the wires. Before officially starting work, these workers undergo intensive training at Langxiang Technical School. This essentially gives them the basic skills for their jobs. Songhu and a team of genetically engineered soldiers watched the workers' progress from the construction site. When the work was nearing completion, he nodded with satisfaction. "Sir, we'll be testing the electricity supply shortly. If successful, it'll be a milestone for us," his secretary complimented him with a smile. Milestone? Not really. But it's true that electricity will make many things easier, Songhu said to his secretary, narrowing his eyes as he watched the engineers connect the wires. Unlike the development in Manhattan, Songhu had purchased a limited number of equipment. While they were old and discarded, they were considered high-tech products in this era. For example, he had a log saw, a generator, and he even built a small dam at a waterfall, creating a small hydroelectric power plant. While the power plant didn't generate much electricity, it was more than enough to supply the newly developed city of Lake Ontario. With electricity, electric saws can saw logs much faster than manual labor. This will greatly increase the speed of shipbuilding. And with lighting, work can be done at night, right? Most importantly, Songhu purchased a set of automated coal mining and transportation equipment from the coal mine outside Ontario City through Shenzhenbang in the virtual world. This equipment will greatly increase the amount of coal mined. This coal will be continuously sold to the virtual world through Songhu's authority. This is a very profitable business. Moreover, there is a large iron ore mine nearby, which is even more valuable. It can be said that electricity can power some modern equipment, and with electricity, production capacity can be increased. This is the beginning of a virtual cycle. Unfortunately, Songhu's authority as village chief is too limited. It would be much better if his authority were increased a little. The monthly purchase quota of 1 billion yuan restricts him. If the restrictions were not so severe, Songhu would even want to build a gun manufacturing factory. But it's impossible to build that thing with billions of dollars, and the current counterfeit research institutions won't support it. Although he's purchased some equipment, it was all purchased at high prices through Shenzhenbang. Furthermore, it's very old, destined for scrap, and the space-time trader has limited the number of units available. Notify the engineers to start the power up now. Once everything was ready, the secretary picked up a walkie-talkie with a signal range of only 3 kilometers and gave Songhu's order. After passing it through 4 or 5 people, the order finally reached the small hydropower plant. The old machinery started to whir, the water from the intercepted waterfall began to gush, and electricity was delivered. Buzz! Hey, it's on. It's on. Miraculously. The European and Indian workers gasped in admiration as they watched the street lights light up one by one. Keep the power on for an hour. As long as there's no interruption, we can try running the coal mine machinery this afternoon, Songhu told his secretary. Great, sir, the secretary replied. Songhu continued, I need data on machine wear and tear, stored power, and power loss during transmission. The secretary nodded repeatedly, writing down everything. Let's go. I'm going to the lakeside harbor. I've got a boat and I'm going to test it today. Songhu led everyone away from the street construction site and headed to the harbor still under construction on Lake Ontario. Although the harbor was still under construction, a small part had already been completed. Songhu walked into a nearby dock alone and ordered the gate closed. He then contacted Shenzhenbang through the space-time trader. Then, out of thin air, a 10-meter-long iron fishing boat, common on coastal areas in later times, appeared in the dock. A smile crossed Songhu's face as this type of fishing boat appeared. Haha, if a decommissioned fishing boat can be put to good use, it might be possible to control a vast area of the sea. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian for your monthly subscription. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 293 His Highness's plan is very good. Thud. 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 The iron fishing boat sailed steadily on the lake, proving that it could still roam on the sea. Although the hull was rusty and mottled, It could still sail, right? This was a fishing boat that was originally going to be scrapped in the virtual world. Its most important core part was just its old engine. For Song-Hu, only that thing was the most precious. The secretary of the Gene Man put forward his own opinion to Song-Hu. In terms of speed, turning and mobility, this shabby iron fishing boat of the later era must be 13 times better than the Fengfancy ship of this era, but unfortunately this kind of ship has no attack power. So, even if it can sail on the sea, what's the use? Could it be used for fishing? The secretary of the Gene Man didn't think that this fishing boat that was originally going to be scrapped and bought at such a high price was used for fishing. Song-Hu would definitely not be so stupid. A scrap boat would cost 20 million RMB. This is not a small amount of money. Recently, some news from Manhattan City was very worrying. As trade between Manhattan and Europe flourished, it attracted a large number of pirate ships to the surrounding waters. These pirates frantically plundered passing ships, even attacking Manhattan warships on several occasions. Although many pirates collaborated with the Manhattan Mafia, not all of them did. A large portion simply ignored the Manhattan Mafia. They patrolled the waters near Manhattan as if it were their own backyard, posing a significant threat to Manhattan. Furthermore, these pirates, having learned about Manhattan through various channels, knew that there were few warships in Manhattan, which was why they acted so recklessly. This small number of ships was precisely the Song Empire's current weakness. According to estimates, there were currently approximately 300 to 400 pirate ships in the waters near Manhattan. However, the Song Empire's current naval forces consisted of only a little over 50 ships. Although the Empire could now build battleships, it took a year to build one. Indeed, there were many shipyards, and even if they all started working simultaneously, it would still take a year to achieve combat effectiveness, and a large number of skilled sailors were required. This was a major headache for the Song Empire. Because of the pirates, although bold merchants are still heading to Manhattan and they cleverly form fleets, the existence of pirates will eventually have an impact on Manhattan. And after learning that Manhattan's maritime defenses are insufficient, the pirates now begin to contact each other privately, preparing to unite all the pirates near Manhattan to form a powerful maritime force to attack Manhattan and start looting. You know, if more than 400 pirate ships really unite together, they are really a force that cannot be underestimated. Each ship alone has 250 sailors, and these ships together have 100,000 sailors. You know, these sailors can not only operate ships, but they can also become qualified soldiers as soon as they land. If the intelligence is accurate and these guys really unite to attack Manhattan, Manhattan's losses will definitely not be small. The buildings that have been developed for more than a year may be destroyed. This is something that no one wants to see. Although there are coastal artillery batteries along the coast of Manhattan City and Manhattan Island, they are still not enough to deal with so many pirate ships. Therefore, in order to deal with this situation, Song-Hu racked his brains and finally came up with such a solution. That is to buy iron fishing boats that are about to be scrapped from the virtual world, and then use these boats as patrol ships to find pirates and eliminate them. Although there are no weapons on this kind of fishing boat, Song-Hu has solved this problem very well. With the investment of Song-Hu, the copycat musket workshop has begun to copy a disposable shoulder-fired rocket launcher. This rocket launcher has no technical content, and the process is not complicated and the cost is not high. Moreover, this weapon has been widely used in the wars between the United States and Iraq and the war in Afghanistan. It costs less than 120 yuan, is scrapped after a single shot, and can be manufactured with seamed steel pipes. Although this weapon has insufficient attack power against tanks, it can still deal with the wooden ship hull of 1621. It is fired through gunpowder and has a range of up to 200 meters. The explosion power can only cause injuries at most, not death. However, the flammable phosphorus mixed in the explosion can cause great damage to the hull. It is precisely because of this that Song-Hu began to commission the copycat workshop to start manufacturing this weapon. Of course, due to the limitations of the space-time trader, the power of this rocket launcher will be suppressed. However, the original technological content of this weapon is not high, so even if the system suppresses it, it can't be suppressed to any extent. To put it bluntly, it is just a steel tube stuffed with gunpowder, and then combined with a little bit of later technology. You know, there are talented people in later generations who can even make mortars at home. Think about it, a fishing boat can carry 10 genetic people, each of them with 2 rocket launchers. With the speed of the fishing boat, they can easily approach the pirate ship and then launch rockets. Haha. Then it will be a nightmare for the pirates. The pirates' cannons are still solid, and their accuracy may not be that accurate. Therefore, the feasibility of his plan is still very high. It's just that the price of fishing boats is too expensive. A fishing boat that is about to be scrapped costs 20 million, and his monthly expenditure is only 1 billion yuan. He can't buy many fishing boats at all. At the same time, he has to purchase a large amount of building materials to develop Lake Ontario City and cultivate Chinese genetic people to increase the share of the Chinese genetic people. So, he can only squeeze in now. Fortunately, he shared his idea with Zhang Tai and 5 other village chief-level geneticists. With their help, the plan could be implemented. His plan was simple: everyone would pool 100 million yuan each month to purchase these decommissioned fishing boats. Then, through the dense waterways, they would sail to Lake Ontario City. By this calculation, they could acquire 35 iron fishing boats a month. In less than 6 months, they would have over 100 such fishing boats, and then they could form a fleet and begin patrolling. Although they would not be as numerous as the pirates, their maneuverability was unmatched by the pirates' sailboats. Zhao Hongyu, far away in Europe, was unaware that the Americas, thanks to the development of Zhang Tai and Song Hu, had already produced something they had never achieved. Although this made Lake Ontario City look a bit out of place, it resembled the punk-style cities in abstract science fiction comics. Medieval clothing, steam spreading everywhere, winged airships in the sky, and a steel jungle-like city. Although it had not yet become that, it was already beginning to have that feeling. If things continue like this, Song Hu might actually turn Ontario City into something like that. But it has to be admitted that if he keeps this kind of development going smoothly, the rise of the entire empire will be greatly shortened. Of course, electricity and mining equipment are only available in Ontario City. Manhattan, Quebec, and the 5 other cities under construction haven't appeared yet. The reason is simple: everyone has different development focuses. After all, everyone has different personalities. And this kind of equipment is limited in quantity. Song Hu figured out a way to control it and seize the initiative, dividing line. While Song Hu was playing with things that could influence the course of history in Ontario City, Zhang Tai in Manhattan also received a letter from Zhao Hongyu sent back from Europe. Zhang Tai's office was piled with documents. Compared to Zhao Hongyu, the hands-off boss, Zhang Tai and geneticists like Song Hu had a lot more things to do. The uniformed geneticist responded, placed the letter on the table, and left Zhang Tai's office. Zhang Tai temporarily put down the documents at hand and picked up Zhao Hongyu's letter to read. For him, dealing with Zhao Hongyu's matter was the most important thing. This was the core of the empire. After reading the contents of the letter, Zhang Tai's mouth curled up and he smirked. That's unexpected. Zhang Tai agreed with what Zhao Hongyu said in the letter, about buying criminals from Europe and having them come to America to serve as laborers. In his opinion, these criminals were just like those black slaves, and they could be used ruthlessly. In this era, building roads by breaking rocks and splitting mountains was a very tiring and difficult job, and sometimes even life-threatening. Often, the Europeans and Indians who worked there were unwilling to do the work, so black slaves were needed to do it. Although this was a bit cruel, there was no better way. Now that there was such a choice as criminals, how could Zhang Tai not be happy? Criminals were good, so having them do some dangerous things would not be too much of a psychological burden. You know, every time Zhang Tai heard about the death of a black slave, he felt bad. But for the sake of development, he couldn't care less, right? After all, black slaves were also pitiful people. They were captured and sold by unscrupulous Europeans, and then they were tortured by Americans like him. What he and many people with Chinese genes were doing now was no different from what Americans would do in later generations. They were all exploiting the blood and sweat of black people, building their own wealth and the foundation of the empire on them. However, for the rise of the empire and to have his own Chinese genetic plantation owners, Zhang Tai had no choice but to continue the abominable slave trade. Otherwise, many development plans would be illegal due to the lack of manpower. Although the influx of British people from Virginia and Pennsylvania brought labor to the empire, they usually did not do dangerous work. But slaves were different. They had to undertake the dirtiest, most tiring, most difficult and most dangerous work. This was one of the reasons why Zhang Tai could not give up the slave trade. Although he felt sorry for those black people, he was not stupid enough to give up slavery. At least the current slavery system was beneficial to the Song Empire. Of course, Zhang Tai would also select those black slaves who were domineering and liked to bully others to take on dangerous tasks, rather than those who were timid, cowardly and honest. But criminals were different. Zhang Tai would not feel so uncomfortable psychologically when dealing with them. It seems that I have to contact a group of ships. The action has already started in Europe. I have to hurry to transport all the criminals back. The highway is under construction now, but the progress cannot be improved because the death rate is too high. Therefore, the arrival of these criminals can change this situation. The workers can do those non-dangerous jobs, and the criminals take on the most dangerous jobs, which can greatly improve efficiency. Do criminals have human rights? Damn it, talking about human rights with criminals in 1621 is a big joke. Zhang Tai retracted his thoughts and continued to read. In the letter, Zhao Hongai mentioned the establishment of a concession in Lisbon, which made Zhang Tai smile again. Aha, this can be regarded as a small joke. In later generations, it was the Europeans who set up concessions in China, but nowadays reversed. They have set up concessions on European land. And setting up concessions is not done by force, but it just costs some money. You know, the Song Empire lacks everything now, but it is not short of money. Sugar, black tea, toothbrushes and toothpaste, and some other products. Is Your Highness planning to launch an advertising campaign in Europe now? Zhang Tai looked at Zhao Hongai's letter and said to himself with a smile, well, it's good this way. It's also a good thing to let Europeans accept more products. Although ceramics are expensive and profitable, they are still not as good as those daily necessities that have a long-term supply. Thinking of this, Zhang Tai called his secretary in and instructed him. Chapter 294, Lisbon's Anti-Corruption Campaign. Hey, what are you doing? Have I committed a crime? Why are you arresting me? In the eastern part of Lisbon, teams of armed law enforcement officers went door to door, dragging people from their homes, bound untied. These men were of varying ages. Some were honest, while others were quite violent. Some families even obstructed the officers from taking their men away. Lawrence Gaidar, you are guilty of theft. According to the law, we are arresting you, the officer stated his crime with a straight face, then struck him hard on the head with the hilt of his sword. You accusers, the convicted Gaidar cried out, and his family also began to stir. You damned bastards. We're just ordinary people. Are you trying to arrest innocent people by framing them? Is it just because we're poor that you're treating us like this? Gaidar's one-eyed mother screamed shrilly, attracting many neighbors. The Eastern District is a poor area, and the residents here are deeply hostile to residents of other districts, especially law enforcement officers. Because they are so poor, they face constant discrimination in their daily lives, which has engendered a certain degree of cynicism among the residents. The crowds gathered around them, and their gazes shone with a hint of ferocity. If the Gaidar family continued to make trouble, it would likely spark a riot. The poor here live in extreme poverty, so they don't pay much attention. The rioters can also take advantage of the situation to loot shops, and many people are likely willing to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, the law enforcement officers are reluctant to use drastic measures to prevent the violence. We have witnesses. Your family controls a small gang in the district, consisting of homeless children. You use them to rob, kill, rape, and even break their limbs to gain sympathy and beg for money. The leader of the law enforcement officers loudly recited Gaidar's crimes and explained that his family was also a member of the same criminal group. Gaidar's mother's cheek twitched, and her voice rose several decibels. False accusation. Nonsense. You're framing us. Neighbors, poor brothers and sisters, listen. Before she could continue her rant and incite the others, the old woman was struck in the face by the butt of a rifle, staggering and falling to the ground. A jean soldier in an American uniform stepped out of the crowd and looked at the old woman with a stern expression. Take them all to the central square. The witnesses are there. Hold a public trial and let everyone know the true facts. The children controlled by their families are there too. Let the facts speak for themselves. The jean soldier's face was filled with cruelty, his eyes devoid of any human emotion, and he exuded a chilling coldness. The onlookers retreated. Take the Gaidar family away. They will receive a fair trial. We have not framed them. The appearance of the jean soldier solved a significant problem for the law enforcement team, and the initially angry crowd gradually calmed down. Since it was a public trial, it seemed likely there would be no mistakes. The Gaidar family might indeed be one of those well-hidden criminal clans. Gaidar was now crestfallen. His wife, brother, and mother were all escorted to the central square. A fair trial awaited them. The other criminals, who had been a bit restless, had now become quite obedient. Gaidar's elderly mother, a notorious underworld shrew, was still in a coma. The American soldier's actions had shocked them all. He struck without warning, and regardless of gender or age, he struck with absolute certainty. Even criminals feared such a man. The lack of emotion in his eyes was especially telling, a sure sign of a butcher. These criminals knew this all too well. They were masters of reading people's reactions. Therefore, for the sake of their lives, it was best to remain obedient. They had no doubt that if they made any move, the American soldier accompanying the law enforcement officers would kill them without mercy. They weren't like the cowardly Lisbon enforcers, who could be dealt with through trolling or even intimidation. Dozens of these enforcer teams existed in the eastern city. Each team was accompanied by a geneticist soldier assigned by Zhao Hongyu. This arrangement stemmed from the fact that the Lisbon enforcers were too weak. Indeed, these enforcers had been caught by criminals who had escaped and were defeated. Such incidents had occurred repeatedly during the recent crackdown on organized crime, leaving Megan completely humiliated. Who knew if these enforcers were deliberately letting them off the hook, or if they were somehow connected to these criminal gangs? For the sake of the precious few pesos, Megan and her team were determined to deal with these criminal scum this time. Therefore, they put forth a strong effort. When Zhao Hongyu learned of this, to ensure Megan's continued crackdown, he proposed assigning a group of geneticists to accompany the enforcers, providing strong support. These genetic people weren't native to Lisbon, so they didn't have to pay any attention to anyone. They were ruthless, and would strike hard at any criminal who dared resist. If a criminal dared to use force, they would be killed on the spot. They didn't care whether the victim was young or old, male or female. On the road leading to Lisbon's central square, one could occasionally see a corpse or two lying there. Among them were children and elderly men. The faces of those surrounding the bodies were filled with extreme fear. Oh, isn't that the famous little thug druid? I heard he organized a gang of thieves who specialized in stealing money in the city. If caught, they would even pull out knives and stab anyone. He's a fierce little fellow. One of the children's bodies was recognized. At this time, a group of law enforcement officers emerged from the alley, carrying some children, and joined the group. The criminals being escorted whispered to each other. It was then that they learned how the thief ring's leader, the 13-year-old Zhao Lauda, had met his end. It was his own fault. When the law enforcers apprehended him, he not only resisted arrogantly but also threatened them with a knife. Normally, his tactics were quite effective. The law enforcers, believing less was more, usually let them go. After all, getting hurt wouldn't do any good. But this time, the young druid miscalculated. He had never imagined that among the law enforcers was a heartless Gene man. As he arrogantly brandished his dagger, a bolt of lead knocked him to the ground, and a grim-faced Gene man appeared. The young druid was still alive, and he fiercely threatened to kill the law enforcers once he recovered. Then, something horrified everyone. The American soldier who fired the rifle walked up to the little druid, raised the butt of his rifle, and began to hammer him repeatedly. Each blow was so powerful, it produced a crackling sound of bones breaking. Only then did the little druid realize he had truly met his end. Unfortunately, his cries and pleas were useless, for he was facing a genetic person. His threatening words had already convinced them that he was dangerous. The genetic warrior's consistent policy regarding danger was to eliminate them. So, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the American soldier used the butt of his rifle to shatter every bone in the little druid's body, finally smashing his head to put them at ease. While the method was brutal, the effect was positive. It effectively deterred criminals who might have followed the little druid's lead. Faced with this killer, the criminals became obedient and no longer dared to lash out. As a result, the capture operation went smoothly. Of course, some elderly women, the criminals, tried to take advantage of their age, but were similarly dispatched by the genetic warriors. No one dared to do anything. After the prisoners finished their conversation, they all felt a chill run down their spines. They stole a glance at the American warriors, then quickly averted their gaze. My God, if there were still demons in this world, these creatures would surely prove they were. The criminals were captured one by one, publicly tried, sentenced, and imprisoned, awaiting the arrival of American ships to take them to an unknown world. Little did they know that in America, they would be condemned to Dachau, where their status was even lower than that of slaves. Your Highness, thank you for sending soldiers to assist the law enforcement officers in apprehending these criminals. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to proceed so smoothly. Megan arrived aboard Zhao Hongayu's battleship to sign the sugar trade agreement. After the signing, they chatted and thanked him. It's nothing. Besides, helping you also helps me. It's a win-win situation, Zhao Hongyu said to Megan with a smile. Yes, Zhao Hongyu is right. Helping Megan is indeed helping himself. The more criminals we catch, the better. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 295 Plans and Changes. Your Highness, I have something unpleasant to tell you. I hope you won't be angry after hearing it. After chatting with Zhao Hongyu for a while, Megan said to him with some embarrassment. Zhao Hongyu withdrew his gaze from the distant sea horizon, said softly looked at Megan in confusion and said, What's wrong, Megan? Why do you say that? Is there something wrong with our cooperation? Although he asked this, Zhao Hongyu's mind was quickly pondering. From Megan's words, he could hear that his plans might have become a little uncertain. I think there must be some changes to the concession plan. If there are indeed changes, then it means that Spain has not approved it. Megan was silent for a moment, then said to Zhao Hongyu, Your Highness, Madrid has replied. The royal family disagrees with your concession proposal, but they do agree to the criminal trade. Although Count Cesis has been trying to negotiate, the nobles, represented by Grand Duke Hanner of the North, are vehemently opposed to the concession. Therefore, considering their opposition, the royal family rejected it. Zhao Hongyu slowly narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming somewhat grim. Who is Grand Duke Hanner? Why would he oppose my proposal? What if we don't go through Madrid and directly designate a piece of land for the concession? Of course, I'll still pay the dues. I don't think the royal family will refuse. Zhao Hongyu spoke slowly to Megan. He was also a little puzzled. Logically, the Spanish royal family was so broke they were practically living on their pants. With a concession income of 30,000 gold pesos a year, they should have been tempted. Why did they refuse? After all, that amount, converted into silver pesos, could support the annual salaries of a 10,000-man army corps. His offer was a generous one, and the other party should refuse it. Furthermore, in this era, it was impossible for anyone to clearly see the harm that the concession would bring. So, what exactly was the problem? Grand Duke Hanner, why was he objecting? Zhao Hongyu was puzzled. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's expression harden and his eyes narrowed in a sinister manner, Megan knew that the prince was angry. He quickly replied, Grand Duke Hanner is the cousin of the King of England. He represents the interests of the northern Spanish nobles. And what I know is that he recommended that the royal family reject your concession proposal because they would not benefit from it, and all the revenue would go into the royal family's pockets. Megan told Zhao Hongyu the reason he knew. There was no need to hide anything from Zhao Hongyu on this matter. After dealing with Zhao Hongyu for so many days, Megan knew that the most important thing in dealing with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was honesty and openness. Besides, he still needed to cooperate with Zhao Hongyu on the sugar trade, so he had to play nice. After all, it wasn't Zhao Hongyu who rejected him, but Grand Duke Hanner and his men. Therefore, even if Zhao Hongyu felt any resentment, it would be Grand Duke Hanner, not him. Megan. 30,000 gold pesos a month is no small sum. It could cover the salaries and expenses of a 10,000-man army corps for a year. Don't the Spanish royal family understand? Zhao Hongyu's face darkened. I heard the royal family is strapped for cash right now. There's no need for them to refuse the concession. And I heard 2 Spanish infantry regiments and 1 mercenary corps are not doing well in the Netherlands, which is putting even greater financial pressure on the royal family. Don't they understand? Zhao Hongyu was genuinely puzzled. Megan gave a wry smile. Your Highness, you may not be familiar with the European aristocracy. What you're talking about isn't something the great nobles would consider. Megan sighed deeply after saying this. Then she continued, they only care about their own interests, and to limit the expansion of the royal family, they'll resort to any means. Something was amiss. Zhao Hongyu sensed something was amiss in Megan's words. What was this all about? Megan, did I hear correctly? You just said that the nobles rejected my proposal to limit the royal family. Zhao Hongyu found this a bit strange and confusing. Megan nodded. Your Highness, you heard correctly. That's exactly what I said. You don't know much about European affairs, so it's normal that you don't understand this. You know, the royal family may seem powerful, but the nobles in Madrid have even more power, not to mention the church, Megan said, looking at Zhao Hongyu seriously. Too much imperial power isn't good for them. A weak imperial power is what everyone wants, isn't it? Zhao Hongyu fell silent, carefully recalling the little historical knowledge he had. As he recalled it, he seemed to understand something. Yes, the European royal families of this era seemed to possess immense power. However, they were often constrained by the nobility and the feudal church. Their decrees often had no effect on the noble territories. Therefore, the royal family often needed to reach an agreement with the nobility and the feudal church in order to implement their political ideals. Of course, before this could happen, all parties had to reach a consensus on the distribution of benefits in Andri. Such pitiful European royal families. I truly feel sorry for them. I understand. With my 30,000 gold pesos, the royal family's power would increase. This wouldn't benefit Grand Duke Hagen and his men, so they suggested rejecting my proposal. To prevent Grand Duke Hagen and his men from causing trouble, the royal family reluctantly agreed to their proposal. Right, after sorting it out, Zhao Hongyu understood the reasoning. Viscount Megan nodded and said, "Yes, Your Highness. That's the truth. I can't do anything about it." Zhao Hongyu's hatred was so intense that his teeth were itching. He also remembered Grand Duke Hagen, who had opposed him. Does this Grand Duke Hagen have merchant ships trading with America? Since Zhao Hongyu had failed in his attempt, he was determined to exact revenge. Megan guessed what Zhao Hongyu was up to, and he was eager to see it happen. Grand Duke Hagen and the noble he had joined were at loggerheads, so he was eager to see the American Crown Prince inflict a severe blow on Grand Duke Hagen. Yes, he has a fleet of 15 ships under his command, which is conducting triangular trade from America and Africa to Europe, and earning a lot of wealth. A ferocious look emerged on Zhao Hongyu's face, and he said viciously, "He tricked me, but he still wants to make money so easily. He is so lucky. If I don't make him lose everything, I will twist my head off." After cursing for a few times, Zhao Hongyu asked, "This guy will be in trouble sooner or later. What I want to know now is, without going through Madrid, how about you designate a piece of land for me as a concession? Of course I will still pay, but we have to give this money to the royal family secretly." After hearing this, Megan thought about it carefully, and then replied, "The problem is not too big. The royal family needs money to solve their financial difficulties. Since it is a secret delivery, they should not refuse. Because this way they can have many excuses to deal with the questioning of Archduke Hagener." Megan felt that this should not be difficult to do. "If someone gives me trouble, the royal family and those I have sided with can speak up for me. But there are some people we need to take care of," Megan added. This wasn't a problem for Zhao Hongyu. Anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. Zhao Hongyu had nothing else to worry about right now, except a lot of money. "Okay, then, it's settled. You'll handle the details yourself, I'll just see the results. But I won't wait any longer. I'll start work on the Lisbon wasteland in a few days." Zhao Hongyu didn't want to waste time. Megan nodded. "Sure, no problem. I believe money can solve everything in this world." "Haha, you're right, I agree." Zhao Hongyu and Megan laughed. Megan then left. Zhao Hongyu began planning the construction of the concession. Meanwhile, 10 ships, originally assigned to patrol Manhattan waters, were sailing across the Atlantic Ocean towards Europe. These ships were captured pirates, sold to the Song Empire, and then rebranded. Their sole purpose was to retrieve the convicts from Lisbon, who would be transported back to Manhattan to perform the most dangerous and arduous work of road construction. After receiving Zhao Hongyu's letter, Zhang Tai immediately struck a deal with the European merchants, asking them to help transport the convicts via Lisbon on their way to Manhattan. Manhattan would pay him a substantial fee. Zhang Tai also dispatched a fleet to Europe to retrieve the convicts. Although Manhattan waters were currently fraught with danger, 10 ships proved ineffective. Therefore, it was better to dispatch them to Europe. 2 days later, Zhao Hongyu began construction on the 1 square kilometer wasteland in Lisbon. Many Lisbon civilians were hired to work. Zhao Hongyu purchased large quantities of cement and bricks and piled them on the wasteland. Fatty Ed, acting as overseer, temporarily served as foreman. Countless building materials also began to converge here from all over the vicinity of Lisbon, to be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 296. Many people want to join. The wasteland outside Lisbon was bustling with activity. Zhao Hongyu offered generous wages, garnering numerous workers. Although he owned cement and bricks, he still needed to purchase wood and stone from nearby sources. After all, construction in this era, especially in Lisbon, had to consider the interests of local merchants. He always had to offer them small benefits, thus avoiding minor complications. Consequently, merchants who had secured contracts for construction materials, as well as minor nobles, showed goodwill towards Zhao Hongyu. How could Zhao Hongyu not understand the principle of sharing benefits equally? The craftsmen hired from Lisbon, following Wang Shan's blueprints, began laying the foundations and building the houses. Zhao Hongyu didn't want the houses in the concession to be built in the Gothic style of European stone, or any other style. He had only one requirement: speed. Therefore, under Zhao Hongyu's repeated requests, and with generous amounts of silver pesos, the craftsmen toiled day and night, finally creating the general framework of the buildings. The rest would take time, as there was no other way, given the limited technology of this world. So, all Zhao Hongyu could do was wait. Fortunately, after a month's voyage, the fleet from Manhattan finally arrived in Lisbon. Because these ships lacked engines and propellers, their speed couldn't match that of the Sea Monarch. Upon their arrival, the prisoners from Lisbon's prisons were loaded onto the ships for the return voyage. Each ship carried 2,000 prisoners, significantly easing the pressure on the Lisbon prisons. The fleet stay in Lisbon was brief, only 3 days. Once the prisoners were aboard, the fleet departed. Zhao Hongyu also received news from America. First, Manhattan's urban development was progressing smoothly. Zhang Tai had already focused on building a link between Quebec and Ontario City. He believed that Manhattan's urban development could sustain itself for several years. Therefore, for military reasons, road construction became a top priority. Zhao Hongyu strongly agreed with Zhang Tai's assessment. Manhattan's location on the eastern coast made it extremely vulnerable to attack. Quebec also made a good target for attack, thanks to its location at the mouth of the St. Lawrence River, connecting it to the Atlantic Ocean. Therefore, if these two regions were attacked, Ontario, acting as the rear base, could quickly reinforce them via highway. Meanwhile, Zhang Tai subtly warned Zhao Hongyu of an undercurrent lurking in the waters near Manhattan. Pirates were on the verge of an attack, potentially targeting Manhattan. He hoped Zhao Hongyu wouldn't return until the situation became clear. Zhang Tai worried that the battleship would be attacked by pirates, endangering Zhao Hongyu's safety. Zhao Hongyu didn't take the pirate threat seriously. At most, a portion of Manhattan would be destroyed, wasting the progress made. However, if the pirates landed and looted, their fate would undoubtedly be dire. While Zhao Hongyu was willing to leave, Zhang Tai was reluctant. That was why Zhang Tai was so anxious. Regardless, Zhao Hongyu wouldn't return for the time being, as his European journey had just begun. Zhang Tai's worry was in vain. Zhang Tai's letter also informed Zhao Hongyu about Song Hu's development in Ontario City. The iron fishing boats, the knockoff disposable rocket launchers, even the low-power power station on the small dam, and the purchase and operation of the old coal mining and transportation machinery at the coal mine all impressed Zhao Hongyu. Furthermore, Quebec, Montreal, and the 5 other areas controlled by the township heads were all progressing steadily. Zhang Tai proposed a 3-year halt to expansion, focusing instead on steady development. Once the cities were established, further expansion could begin. This proposal stemmed from the current shortage of geneticists. It simply wasn't enough to support further expansion. After all, with over 100,000 geneticists, they already controlled most of the Americas, leaving them somewhat stretched. Manhattan, Quebec, Montreal, and Ontario City were in better shape. After all 3 cities had been supported by Zhao Hongyu from the beginning, and with the integration of local Indians, there wasn't much population pressure. But the 5 regions being developed by the other township heads were a completely different story. Although they were training 1,000 Chinese geneticists each month and engaging in trade with the local Indians, they were inevitably drawn into the feuds between local Indian tribes. Warfare was a frequent occurrence in these 5 regions, coexisting alongside development. Therefore, for the time being, these 5 regions could not be relied upon. The current development of the empire still depended on Manhattan, Quebec, and Lake Ontario City. In other words, beyond these 3 regions, Zhao Hongyu's control over the empire's lands was extremely weak. If there were any real problems, he would be unable to address them. Zhang Tai's reminder stuck with Zhao Hongyu. The letter Zhang Tai had the geneticist's bring was very long, and Zhao Hongyu patiently read it. The land redistribution under the umbrella of the Umbrella Corporation was proceeding smoothly, and nearly every Chinese geneticist had secured their own piece of land. They became landowners, owned large numbers of black slaves, and employed white guards. It could be said that the Huaxia people had now become a special class within the empire. They possessed wealth and land, something Zhao Hongyu's other Jin people lacked. Zhang Tai's observations revealed that other Jin people groups hadn't reacted strongly to this. The main reason was that the Somali Legion and its Jin people were stationed in Quebec. Furthermore, they didn't place much value on land, all they needed was enough silver coins to afford a daily drink and find women. The Gurkha people were even simpler, they simply needed a salary and the ability to find wives. And the Indians, simply didn't even consider land. They were merely the coolies of the empire, akin to the temporary urban management of later generations. The Indians were also well aware of their position and didn't indulge in excessive fantasies. For them, simply working for their masters was enough. Of course, one could also say that the Indians simply lacked ambition. This reassured Zhao Hongyu. Enrollment at Langxiang Technical School and other regular elementary schools was proceeding smoothly. Europeans who had completed short-term training at Langxiang Technical School were employed en masse, becoming the cornerstone of the empire's construction and contributing to its development. Those children who reached school age, unless they truly wished to avoid it, were generally enrolled in elementary school, where they learned basic courses and knowledge and were subjected to brainwashing. This was a very positive development. As these educated and brainwashed children grew up, their loyalty to the empire was undeniable. In an era without computers and the internet, the policy of keeping the people ignorant was implemented with remarkable success. The faith-creating God plan was also proceeding smoothly. Manhattan already had hundreds of followers, all of whom were fervent believers in the divine religion. Meanwhile, the number of believers in Ontario City, Quebec, and other places was also increasing. Given this trend, it wouldn't be long before the divine religion could openly establish itself and confront the European Church. In his letter, Zhang Tai explicitly stated that pressure from the European Church was growing, as the majority of Europeans at that time believed in Jehovah. Consequently, many businessmen expressed the view that the lack of churches in the Americas was unreasonable. Fortunately, Zhang Tai resisted this pressure and refused to grant religious freedom. This prevented the church from succeeding. Of course, this wasn't a solution, as some fanatical church members were beginning to disrupt the city's security. Even European priests were secretly preaching to the Indians, trying to persuade them to believe in Jehovah. This caused Zhang Tai serious concern. However, Zhang Tai couldn't resort to coercion, so he couldn't do anything for now. Therefore, he could only wait until the time was right and allow the divine religion to confront the church. Zhao Hongyu was extremely cautious about the church, as he knew all too well what religion was. European religions were particularly worrying to him. The European Church was keen on influencing national stability and controlling the royal family. Their favorite claim was divine right of kings, but the reality was that to become emperor, one needed the Pope's approval. Zhao Hongyu didn't want to rely on a father figure, so when Wang Shan proposed his plan, he agreed. He desperately wanted a religious sect that could challenge the European Church. At the very least, it would ensure the stability of his position in the Americas. Your Highness, this letter is incredibly long. You've been reading it for ages, Wang Shan said, walking into the captain's cabin and pouring him a cup of hot milk tea. Zhao Hongyu put down the letter, looked up at Wang Shan, and nodded. Yes, Zhang Tai was eager to write down everything that happened in the letter so I could understand. Wang Shan smiled. Your Highness, that's just Zhang Tai's nature. Don't take it too seriously. By the way, what did he write in the letter? Wang Shan asked curiously. Zhao Hongyu took a sip of the milk tea, finding it a bit bland, so he added some sugar. It's a lot, but the main point is that the land division among the people of Chinese descent hasn't caused any unrest or discontent, and everything is stable. Meanwhile, pirates in the waters near Manhattan are stirring, and they might launch an attack against Manhattan. Zhao Hongyu recounted a few key points to Wang Shan. Well, there's quite a lot going on in Manhattan, but as long as Zhang Tai can handle it, it's all good. After listening to Zhao Hongyu's story, Wang Shan reassured him. Zhao Hongyu nodded and said, yes, Zhang Tai told me in his letter not to worry about these issues, that he could handle them. So there's no need for me to worry too much about him. By the way, Your Highness, there are several Dutch ships docked at the port of Lisbon. Their captain said they wanted to see you. Zhang Tai seemed to have promised them something. Do you think you might? Wang Shan suddenly remembered that he had important business to attend to with Zhao Hongyu. It would be better to let Zhang Tai and Song Hu deal with the issues in America. Oh, Dutch merchant ships. Zhao Hongyu was stunned at the words, but he quickly recovered and thought. I see. Zhang Tai seemed to have mentioned that because of my letter. He had reached an agreement with the merchants doing business in Manhattan to help transport prisoners to Lisbon. I see. I was wondering why they wanted you. Wang Shan finally understood. Alright, I won't deal with this little matter. You can help me take care of it. By the way, notify Megan and have him escort all the prisoners from the prison and load them onto the ship immediately. For Zhao Hongyu, this was just a small matter. There was no need for him to deal with it personally, so it was best to leave it to Wang Shan. As for the cost of transporting the prisoners, he didn't have to worry about it at all. Zhang Tai would naturally take care of it when the time came. Okay, Your Highness, I'll take care of this matter right away. Then, Wang Shan left the battleship and went to Lisbon City with several genetic guards to find Megan. Megan was listening to his subordinates' reports at the time. It was just some daily trivial matters, which made Viscount Megan a little drowsy. But soon, he was perked up by a piece of news. Your Excellency, thanks to the agreement we signed with the Crown Prince of the Song Empire, the prisoners have generated a considerable amount of funds for us. After these funds were transferred to the Madrid Royal Treasury, administrators from other cities have sent letters asking if they can join this business. Megan was invigorated by this news. He knew that someone saw the benefits and wanted a piece of the action. But there was no harm in this for him. After all, everyone could make money together. Besides, there were only so many criminals in Lisbon, and he had already captured most of them. He was still worried about how to obtain more criminals. After all, he and the other nobles could receive a total of 5 silver pesos for each criminal. Although the amount he received was not much, even the smallest amount was still money. Thanks to this money, his life has improved significantly. Although the debt has not yet been repaid, it at least gives him a glimmer of hope. Go on, is there any more news on this matter? Viscount Megan became excited. He knew that if his guess was correct, the Lisbon nobles involved in this matter would be able to make a lot of money from it. To be continued. Please search for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 297, Finding the Right Person. Megan received some excellent news. Lisbon's criminal agreement with Zhao Hongyu had caught the attention of other city administrators and nobles. Most importantly, these trash that once drained the empire's treasury were actually generating profits for them. Europe was now rife with refugees and bankrupts. These people were causing significant damage to public order and posed a risk of unrest. The nobles had long been troubled by these individuals, but they simply couldn't come up with a good solution. But now, Lisbon offered a glimmer of hope. While resolving this long-standing problem, it would also boost the empire's finances and benefit them personally. So, like sharks smelling blood, these people set their sights on Lisbon. When they learned that Zhao Hongyu had begun fulfilling his agreement with Lisbon, transporting the criminals and paying for them, these greedy individuals were no longer able to sit still. Megan, of course, replied to those who inquired, saying they could do business, but as the middleman, he would take a commission. Megan then immediately went to Zhao Hongyu and relayed the news. Well, if it's true, I don't have any objections. After all, prisoners can work, and I'm short of workers, right? Zhao Hongyu was, of course, willing to do it. These prisoners could do a lot of things. It was much better than using slaves. Slaves were bought, and it was a shame if they died. But prisoners were different. They were rented. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal if they died after a while. They would be sent back to Europe sooner or later anyway, so it was better to let them work until they died. Moreover, with a large number of prisoners as a labor force, Manhattan's development would be greatly accelerated, because all kinds of dangerous work would be assigned to these prisoners. I'll buy these prisoners from you at a 20% premium over the official Spanish price. As for the price you get them from other cities, I don't think I need to worry about that. Zhao Hongyu's answer made Megan's heart light up. After all, he wouldn't make much money just from the prisoners in Lisbon. But the situation was different for the criminals and refugees throughout Portugal and Spain. Even if he could earn a single silver peso from each person, A rough calculation would yield him 300,000 or 400,000. Aha, with that much money, he could pay off his loan shark debts and live a leisurely life. Furthermore, the sugar trade was about to begin, and he could already envision his future of luxury and comfort. Thank you, Your Highness. Of course, you don't have to worry about the rest, I'll take care of it all, Megan replied with a fawning bow. Zhao Hongyu had been in Lisbon for almost 2 months, and the construction of the concession no longer required his oversight. The docks were piled with sugar and various other goods purchased from the space-time trader. Little Fatty had already begun preparations for his merchandise promotion, which would begin in a few days. Now that Zhao Hongyu had achieved his initial goal, his next task was to find those impoverished Portuguese nobles and select suitable candidates. Then, they vigorously supported them and led them to rebel against Spain. Zhao Hongyu hadn't been to Lisbon for 2 months because the streets were filled with sewage. It was truly unbearable. It was like wandering through a toilet, and he wasn't that squeamish. But while he wouldn't wander around Lisbon, he would occasionally venture out to the countryside with Emma, Sarah, and the others. Portugal, once a Moorish territory centuries ago, has a subtle Arabian influence on much of its architecture. Although it was eventually reconquered by Catholics and infused with European influences, it possessed an exotic charm quite unlike any other European country at the time. There were no vast forests, and the terrain was mountainous. Coupled with the low population of Europe at the time, the countryside was remarkably quiet. However, Zhao Hongyu also noticed something unique about the Portuguese countryside. Most homes consisted of only women and children, with few men. Sarah finally explained the situation to Zhao Hongyu, and he finally understood why. It turned out that the male heads of these households were usually sailors or employed at sea. Therefore, it's no surprise that there were only women in the house. Zhao Hongyu truly admired these women, who not only endured the torment of loneliness but also had to care for their families. There wasn't much game in the Portuguese countryside. After all, it wasn't as plentiful as in France or Germany. Zhao Hongyu and his companions often considered a rabbit a good catch. However, during his hunting trips, Zhao Hongyu met many of the local nobles and became acquainted with them. Among these native Portuguese nobles, a young man caught Zhao Hongyu's attention. This young man's name was Pedro da Garnero. His father and grandfather were both prominent Portuguese nobles, but after the Spanish took control of Portugal, his family fell into decline. By his generation's end, they were confined to the countryside, demonstrating the depth of their decline. Because of this young man, Pedro, harbored a deep resentment towards the Spanish. This attitude would often be subtly revealed when Zhao Hongyu spoke to him. Compared to the other Portuguese nobles, Pedro was more radical. This was why Zhao Hongyu had chosen him. Zhao Hongyu's plan required a radical individual who could accomplish this. The other nobles were timid and fearful, trembling with fear at the mere mention of the Spanish. Even bringing such a person in would be of little use. After several encounters, Zhao Hongyu felt it was time to have a proper conversation with Pedro. Some things were better prepared early. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu had been hunting in the countryside during this time, interacting with ordinary Portuguese people. His interactions with them revealed that even these lower-class Portuguese harbored deep resentment towards the Spanish. After Spain took control of Portugal, some of the ruffians who had been active in Spain flocked to the country. The capable among them settled in the cities, while the less capable took to the countryside to do as they pleased. Because they were Spanish, rural law enforcement officers often turned a blind eye to their actions and ignored them, further emboldening them. These men brazenly seized other people's property, land, and even wives and daughters. Some resisted, but the law often favored the criminal Spaniards while punishing innocent individuals. Gradually, resistance faded, knowing it was futile. They could only bottle up their resentment, waiting for the day it would erupt. In reality, the lower-class Portuguese in the city also suffered unfair treatment. Like the people in the countryside, they suppressed their grievances and hatred. Besides personally interacting with the Portuguese, Wang Shen also sent his genetic soldiers to interact with ordinary Portuguese citizens. After compiling these inquiries and their own assessments, Zhao Hongyu and his team ultimately came to a conclusion. Their plan to support certain Portuguese individuals in carrying out a terrorist act against Spain was entirely feasible. That day, Zhao Hongyu left Lisbon again, accompanied by a team of approximately 50 genetically engineered guards, and arrived at a small village of Dallas, 30 miles outside the city. Young Count Pedro lived here. No one could imagine that a member of the once prominent Pedro family would actually live in a thatched hut in the countryside. It must be said that the Spanish had oppressed the Portuguese nobles ruthlessly. "Is Pedro home?" Zhao Hongyu pulled the reins and shouted loudly outside Pedro's thatched hut. Neighbors from the surrounding huts poked their heads out to gaze at the handsome young man in the red Q party uniform, trimmed with a gold thread at the hems. There was no fear in their eyes. Zhao Hongyu had been here many times, and the villagers were familiar with him, and any fear had long since faded. Moreover, after several encounters, these simple villagers knew Zhao Hongyu's identity. They knew he came from across the ocean and was not Spanish. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu's unassuming demeanor quickly won the villagers' favor. "Count Pedro drank some of Fat Auntie's cider yesterday, and he hasn't gotten up yet, a little boy, his face covered in freckles, his hair tangled in tattered clothes, and barefoot, half penetrated from a thatched hut," and said to Zhao Hongyu. "That drunkard, he got drunk again yesterday." Zhao Hongyu made a face at the boy and scolded him with a chuckle. Then he pulled a silver peso from his pocket and tossed it over. "Here's your drink money. You'll be responsible for giving it to Fat Auntie." The boy ran a few steps, reached out and caught the coin, and nodded with a grin. "Master Pedro, get up quickly. The Crown Prince has come to see you. For the honor of the Pedro family and for your deceased father's sake, please get up quickly," the boy continued, shouting, as he rushed into Pedro's hut. It turns out that this freckled little boy is Pedro's attendant. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Kidian for the monthly ticket. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 The Downtrodden Noble. Although Pedro's family had fallen on hard times, his father had left him a few servants after his death. Sadly, the only servant left was the freckled little boy named Otto. The others had long since dispersed to find work. Of course, Pedro didn't blame them. His family's land had been seized by those Spanish ruffians, and now, besides his noble title, he had nothing. He struggled to support himself, let alone his servants. Therefore, their leaving him was the right decision, and he didn't blame them. If possible, Pedro even hoped that little Otto would leave him and find a good job. Staying with him would only lead to hardship. But the little boy had been with Pedro since childhood, and they had a deep bond. So, no matter what Pedro said, Otto refused to leave him. Ultimately, Pedro had no choice but to rely on the little boy. The village they inhabited was largely populated by bankrupts. Actually, calling them bankrupts wasn't entirely accurate, as before their land was taken, they were peasants with apprentices. It was only after their land was seized by the Spanish that they became bankrupts, forced to serve as tenants to those unscrupulous Spaniards. After all, one must live, right? Pedro, drowsy from sleep, finally awoke thanks to little Otto's tugging. "The sun's blazing down on your butt, why are you still sleeping? Don't forget, you're a noble," Zhao Hongyu said with a grin, looking at Pedro, who was leaning against the gate, panting profusely. "What noble? Besides a title, what do I even look like?" Pedro rolled his eyes and replied self-deprecatingly. "Young master, please don't speak to His Highness like that. You're a noble," the freckled little Otto sternly reminded Pedro to mind their words and actions. "The Pedro family's glory still needs you to revive it." Pedro curled his lips, disapprovingly. He didn't think he could ever revive the Pedro family. The Spanish wouldn't let him. The reason the Pedro family had been ostracized and suppressed by the Spanish was because his grandfather and father were both staunch opponents of Spanish rule. The Spanish must have been crazy to allow such a family to reappear. You have to know how many secret methods the Spanish had used to suppress the Pedro family. Bribery, assassination, and a series of unknown means had finally brought the Pedro family to its knees. And though Pedro himself was young, he also harbored hostility towards the Spanish. It would be extremely difficult for someone like him to restore the family's prosperity. The Spanish would not allow a Portuguese nobleman, hostile to them, to rise again. "Young master, get along well with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of America. I think it will be very helpful in restoring our family's glory in the future," little Otto whispered to his young master, standing behind Pedro. Pedro shook his head, not even listening to Otto's words. "Alice," Otto sighed inwardly. He was worried about his young master, who seemed to have lost all ambition. Pedro rubbed his face, trying to clear his head. Then he walked over to Zhao Hongayu's mount and took the reins. "So, Your Highness, do you still need my service today? Just make sure I have 3 meals a day. You see, my requirements are not high at all." When Zhao Hongayu first met Pedro, he thought he was a hunter. So he hired him as a guide. Therefore, every time he interacted with Zhao Hongayu, Pedro would humble himself and ask Zhao Hongayu to hire him. It was obvious that Pedro no longer considered himself a noble. Like ordinary people, he hoped to find a job that could support his family. As for restoring his family's glory, those things seemed too far-fetched to Pedro. "I don't want to hunt today. I want to discuss something with you." Zhao Hongayu shook his head, dismounted, and walked over to Pedro, looking at him seriously. "Oh, Your Highness. Do you have your eyes on any sleeping girl in the village? Do you want me to tell you about it?" The net did not skip words. Pedro immediately showed a somewhat exaggerated expression, even making a very shocked face. But Zhao Hongayu didn't take it seriously, because this guy's expression was too artificial and fake. "Are there any beauties in this village? Do you think they can be more beautiful than my 2 wives?" Zhao Hongayu said with a pout. Pedro rolled his eyes and said, "Perhaps Your Highness thinks the wildflowers in the countryside are better than the tulips at home. Who knows? People of your status and position have tastes that are beyond the imagination of country folk like us." Zhao Hongayu didn't care about Pedro's teasing. He understood Pedro, but he just couldn't stand the behavior of some nobles. His father and grandfather were outliers among the nobility. They adhered to the ancient aristocratic precepts and the rules of the church in their conduct. This made others think they were old-fashioned and difficult to deal with. Pedro also inherited this gene from his grandfather and father, and he himself was such a person. It was precisely because he knew this that Zhao Hongayu didn't care about Pedro's teasing. "Wang Shan, take out all the food we have prepared." Zhao Hongayu turned around and called out to Wang Shan. Then he said to Pedro, "Come with me. I need to discuss something serious." Although he had no idea what Zhao Hongayu wanted to discuss, Pedro dropped his nonchalant demeanor and followed Zhao Hongayu toward the nearby hillside. Seeing his young master and Zhao Hongayu walk off to the side, little Otto tried to follow. But Wang Shan stopped him. "Little fellow, don't go over there. Our Highness and your young master have serious matters to discuss. If they reach an agreement, your young master's restoration of the Pedro family's glory might not just be a fantasy." Upon hearing this, the little fellow's eyes widened, staring at the grinning Wang Shan in shock. "Your Highness, are you going to help young Master Pedro?" For Otto, that was all his little brain could muster. Wang Shan continued to smile at Otto, saying, "In this world, success comes only from self-reliance. Our Highness simply wants to give Pedro a chance. Whether your young master can seize it depends on himself." Otto understood Wang Shan's words, yet at the same time, he didn't. After all, he was too young. It was a bit difficult for a 10-year-old to grasp the meaning. "Your Highness, if you have something to say, just speak directly. Don't be so secretive. Pedro, am of little use right now, and there's nothing you can do to deserve this treatment." Pedro and Zhao Hongayu reached the hillside and sat down on the ground. Pedro spoke first to Zhao Hongayu. Judging from Zhao Hongayu's visit today and his conversation, Pedro felt the Crown Prince of America had something to say about him. But what puzzled Pedro was what about him that worthy of His Highness's attention. His family had fallen on hard times, and he had nothing but a title. And he doesn't know how to farm, or any other skills. He's a complete loser. Zhao Hongayu gazed at the small village at the foot of the hill, then shifted his gaze to a small castle not far from the village. "If I'm not mistaken, that castle originally belonged to the Pedro family, meaning you." In response to Zhao Hongayu's question, Pedro said, "Your Highness must have inquired about it in Lisbon. Asking me now is unnecessary." Pedro didn't know what Zhao Hongayu was up to, so he was very cautious. "Yes, I did inquire about you in Lisbon. That castle and the nearby fields should all belong to you. And you should be a well-off young noble, not some wild kid living in the countryside." Zhao Hongayu didn't pay much attention to Pedro's reaction and continued to say what he wanted to say. "The man who seized your family's fortune is a Spaniard named Casillas. He was once a thug in Madrid, but he's now become a major landowner. Half of your Pedro family's former assets have now gone to this man." "What exactly do you want to say, Your Highness?" Pedro interrupted Zhao Hongayu, his expression slowly darkening. "If Your Highness meant to mock me, Then I think you've got what you want. I don't think you're telling me all this to help me recall my family history. Speaking of which, what Zhao Hongai was saying was the most painful thing for the Pedro family. It's no wonder Pedro wasn't treating him well, he was simply opening up old wounds. No, I simply wanted to ask you, do you remember all this? Do you still harbor hatred and desire for revenge? Zhao Hongai turned seriously and looked at Pedro. And I believe the other party also wishes you were dead immediately, because to that man called Casillas, you are a very dangerous person to him. To be continued. Please search for Xianwen, the novel is better and updated faster. Chapter 299. If you need anything, come to me. Of course he wishes I wouldn't exist, Pedro replied when Zhao Hongai asked. But your highness may not know this man well enough, for he's actually a deeply perverted and twisted individual. Pedro's expression darkened as he mentioned the man Zhao Hongai was referring to. His teeth gnashed, his teeth grinding with a clattering sound, revealing his deep hatred for this man called Casillas. Well, what's so twisted about this guy? I'd love to hear your story. Suddenly, Zhao Hongai became slightly interested. After calming himself down, Pedro said to Zhao Hongai, don't underestimate this guy, a small-time scoundrel in Madrid. He's incredibly clever, otherwise he wouldn't have robbed our family of all its wealth. He kept me, someone who harbored hatred for him, to satisfy his own particular quirks. Zhao Hongai couldn't help but glance at Pedro, his gaze fixed on something in particular. Pedro twisted his body at Zhao Hongai's gaze, then explained, his voice slightly distorted, don't let your imagination run wild. He's not the type to like men. I'm talking about his mental distortion. Of course, Pedro knew what Zhao Hongai's gaze meant. So, he had to explain. Otherwise, who knows what kind of pitiful figure he would become in the eyes of this prince. He stole my property, leaving me, someone who hates him. Seeing me lie like a dog every day gives him immense satisfaction, and that's why he won't let me die. Pedro bitterly explained the reason. If I die, where will he find pleasure? Seeing me suffer gives him immense satisfaction. Yeah, a little bit of a perversion. Zhao Hongai nodded. In Zhao Hongai's opinion, this guy named Casillas might have achieved such great success because he had a miserable life before. Bringing Pedro, the son of a noble, down to earth must have been a great sense of accomplishment. And seeing someone like Pedro, who was supposed to be a child of destiny, reduced to a peasant beggar, was indeed a great satisfaction. Zhao Hongai could understand Casillas's mentality. So you don't want revenge? Don't you hate the Spanish? Zhao Hongai turned and looked at Pedro seriously and asked. Pedro looked at Zhao Hongai deeply and fell silent. Seeing that Pedro didn't answer his question, Zhao Hongai didn't care. After all, his relationship with Pedro wasn't as close as a life-or-death friendship. And Pedro still didn't trust him very much. Even if he trusted him, there were times when some things couldn't be said carelessly. Ignoring Pedro's silence, Zhao Hongai spoke as if to himself, I wonder how many people throughout Portugal hate the Spanish. I just wonder why you don't resist. The Spanish are now embroiled in the Dutch war, and they've incurred a great deal of debt, leaving them financially stretched. Also, because of the Dutch war, Spain isn't viewed favorably by other nations. I imagine many would appreciate seeing Spain in trouble, wouldn't they? Why are you telling me all this? I'm just a nobleman down on his luck. Pedro lowered his head, but a strange glint flickered in his eyes. The Knights of Saturlis are a group that's emerged recently. They've been attacking Spanish nobles and Spaniards. However, their operations are mostly based around Lisbon, and their numbers aren't very large. The Spanish are already preparing to wipe them out, Zhao Hongai continued, his words causing Pedro to shudder. Haha, what are you talking about? I've never even heard of this knightly order. Pedro looked up, smiled, and said to Zhao Hongai. Nothing, I'm just telling you that someone is resisting the Spanish, Zhao Hongai replied with a smile. Okay, let's go downstairs and have something to eat. My men have probably prepared something delicious. Zhao Hongai stood up, dusted off his pants, and then, ignoring Pedro, walked straight down the slope. Pedro stared at Zhao Hongai's back with a strange expression, as if he was thinking about something. Eventually, Pedro followed him and returned to existence with Zhao Hongai. As if nothing had happened, they enjoyed a hearty lunch together. After lunch, Zhao Hongai and his group began to head home. Before leaving, Zhao Hongai said something puzzling to Pedro. Pedro, if you need anything, come find me in Lisbon. I have funds and weapons, and I can provide everything the Saturlis Knights need. Most importantly, I hate the Spanish." With that, Zhao Hongyu turned back toward the dock and sped away with his guards, leaving Pedro standing there with a thoughtful expression. "Your Highness, has this guy let us know?" On the way back, Wang Shan rode up to Zhao Hongyu and asked. Zhao Hongyu shook his head and replied, "Unlikely. I've only had a few encounters with him, and it's impossible to gain his trust. But we've already established that Pedro is the leader of the Satellist Knights, right? I think he'll come to me if he needs anything." Then he looked at Wang Shan seriously and said, "Remember, the one who comes after you is not a good deal. Anyway, I've said everything I need to say. By the time he comes to us for help, we'll have the initiative, right?" Wang Shan nodded, thinking that this was indeed the truth. If His Highness had come to Pedro and said, "I'll provide you with weapons and funds, so you can fight the Spanish," there's no question of whether Pedro would have believed him. Even if he did accept the aid, it would have made Zhao Hongyu and his men seem rather servile. Furthermore, in such a situation, it would have been difficult for Zhao Hongyu and his men to take the initiative, leaving them in a passive position. But if Pedro and his men approached Zhao Hongyu, the situation would have been completely different, wouldn't it? After all, according to the information they had gathered recently, the Spanish had already begun taking action against the Knights of Satellus. Spanish officials would certainly not let such a group targeting the Spanish and the nobility go unchecked. The best solution was to eliminate this group. Zhao Hongyu and his men saw this group as loosely organized and lacking a unified agenda. Besides occasionally plundering minor Spanish nobles and landowners like bandits, they had no real power. Therefore, their defeat was inevitable. He wasn't in a rush until they finally came to him for help. At the right time, he could even reveal some information about the Spanish. It wasn't impossible. While this might be shameful, as long as it achieved his goal, what harm was there in a little shame? Your Highness is right. We are of no use to them now. When they're run out of food and are forced into desperate situations, it will naturally be our turn to take action. Wang Shan strongly agreed with Zhao Hongyu's point. Then, Your Highness, how do you plan to use these guys? I believe, based on intelligence, they will soon be surrounded and trapped by the Spanish, Wang Shan asked. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, how else can we use them? Support them, help them, provide limited funds and weapons, and let them rally more Portuguese to resist the Spanish tyranny and shout for freedom. As Zhao Hongyu galloped on his horse, for some reason, his mind suddenly conjured up images of the later American Empire. It seemed as if what he was doing was very similar to the American Empire's style. Hadn't the American Empire often done this in later times? Supporting opposition forces in other countries, stirring up civil unrest, and profiting from it. I just couldn't imagine that I'd have to resort to such tactics now. Alice, pitiful. A promising young man of noble descent, born under the red flag, marching on the path of reform and opening up, bearing the 8 honors and 8 shames in his heart, would actually resort to such acts. It's truly ironic. But Zhao Hongyu also knew that sometimes the concepts learned in school are simply inappropriate to implement at this moment. The Chinese are simply too modest, which often puts them at a disadvantage internationally. Later generations of China's international reputation were not particularly good. Often, aid to other countries was met with betrayal. It's clear that being a gentleman is worse than being a bully like the American Empire. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu knew that he absolutely could not follow the policies of later generations of China, as that would make him look like a fool. Wasn't that the case with later generations of China? Their Asian, African, and Latin American brothers received vast amounts of aid from China, but the Chinese gained nothing. Ultimately, it was European values that held the greatest sway in those countries. Clearly, China's Confucianism of sheep-eating is inferior to Europe's lion-eating man-eating theory. As a future generation, Zhao Hongyu constantly used the experience of later Chinese people to remind himself. Of course, this was merely a policy between nations, not his own personal code of conduct. They were two completely different things, completely unrelated. Live in freedom or die, the net did not jump to the text. Wang Shan laughed at this time. I think this can be used as a slogan. Your Highness, you have seen so many American commercial blockbusters. If you can copy any extremely deceptive slogan, you will probably be able to fool these people, right? Wang Shan still had considerable confidence in Zhao Hongyu's plan. It was simple. Those American commercial blockbusters of later generations could be used as references. After all, many of the slogans in those films are very worth borrowing. You know, in addition to military conquest, The American empire also relied on cultural invasion. Those slogans are truly deceptive. Well, I've got your words in mind. I'll try to recall those classic movie lines. Your reminder has definitely brought them back to life. Zhao Hongyu nodded. After Zhao Hongyu and his companions left Pedro's village, Pedro told his servant Otto to look after the house and then left on foot. After half a day's track, Pedro arrived at another sparsely populated village. This small village consisted of more than 20 thatched huts, with a population of no more than 300. Upon entering, Pedro headed straight for a secluded hut. "Pedro, what are you doing here?" Just then, a ragged farmer carrying straw approached from a distance. Seeing Pedro, the farmer greeted him. "Lano, I have something urgent to tell you." "Let's go inside," Pedro said anxiously, waving his hand quickly. Upon hearing this, the farmer named Lano dropped the straw from his shoulder and hurried over. "It looks like something urgent. Let's go inside and talk." Then, he and Pedro entered the hut, one after the other. The hut was simple, a stone structure with a wooden plank on top, a straw boat piled on top, and nothing else. "You look so anxious. What's going on?" Lano asked as he reached the side, leaned out, and then put the plank down and turned back. Pedro's face was pale, almost pale. "Lano, I think we're being targeted. And the story of our Knights of Satellus has been discovered." Thinking of what Zhao Hongyu had said to him that morning, Pedro was almost certain of his suspicions. "What? Our secrets have been exposed?" Lano's face changed. He was well aware of the gravity of this matter. If what Pedro said was true, they could be arrested by the Spanish, and their fate would be horrible. "Where did you get this news?" Rano was older than Pedro, so he quickly calmed down. "I've met a crown prince from America these days. I accompanied him hunting nearby to earn some money. Today, he suddenly came to me and told me about the knights, and also said a few other things." Pedro then relayed Zhao Hongyu's words to Rano verbatim. As he listened to Pedro's retelling, Rano's expression grew serious. He was almost certain that the crown prince Pedro already knew their secret. However, what puzzled Rano was that the crown prince seemed to have no ill intentions and even had a vague desire to help them. To be continued. Please search Shinewin for better novels and faster updates. Chapter 300. I want to meet him. "Pedro, I don't think the prince has any intention of betraying us," Lano said thoughtfully after hearing Pedro's retelling. Indeed, if Zhao Hongyu truly had seen through their identities and known of his secret dealings, then why would he have bothered to alert them? After all, his own words should have put Pedro on guard. Therefore, Lano saw these unusual actions as unnecessary, but to suggest that Zhao Hongyu had any affection for them was completely nonsense to Lano. They were impoverished nobles who, out of vengeance, organized the Order of Satellus, secretly taking revenge on the Spaniards. Although they distributed the proceeds to the poor, giving the group the appearance of a band of thieves, they were essentially motivated by selfish motives. As organizers, Lano and Pedro couldn't have been unaware of this. "Hearing you put it that way, I agree. But I'm still worried something might happen that might harm our organization. After all, I haven't had much contact with His Highness," Pedro said worriedly after Rano finished. Rano nodded. "We should be cautious, but we can't just keep quiet. What if His Highness really wants to help us? That would be an opportunity for us." Rano's words startled Pedro. Pedro didn't know that his friend and companion actually harbored a dream far greater than the Order of Satellus. It was to defeat the Spanish and force them to withdraw from Portugal. Rano was no fool. He knew his ideal was unlikely to be realized. With only a little over 30 members, their group was completely out of reach against the Spanish. And even if someone was willing to join them in the rebellion, they couldn't muster the funds and weapons. Therefore, his ideal was ultimately a pipe dream, something to contemplate from time to time. However, the news Pedro brought did give Rano a glimmer of hope. Because Pedro relayed that the American Crown Prince had said before leaving that if they needed help, they could go to him. As a down-and-out nobleman older than Pedro, Rano understood the implications of this all too well. Furthermore, before he spoke to Pedro, the Crown Prince had asked him if he hated the Spanish. This suggested that the Crown Prince might not have a favorable impression of the Spanish. If this were true, then perhaps Zhao could actually get some help from the Crown Prince. Of course, this was just wishful thinking and speculation. He would have to muster up the courage to meet Zhao Hongyu in person to find out the truth. "Pedro, do you think we should have a serious conversation with the Crown Prince?" Rano asked, frowning. "Are you crazy? I'm not sure if this guy is trustworthy." It would be very dangerous to contact him. Pedro stared at Rano, his eyes wide. Rano's brows knitted together, his mind racing with thoughts. I'd like to contact him, because I don't think His Highness has any conflict of interest with us. If we can truly gain some help from him, it would be a huge benefit to us, Rano said to Pedro after a long pause. Pedro, do you remember what our ultimate goal is? Is it really to live our lives as bandits, robbing and pillaging? Without waiting for Pedro to speak, Rano continued, and we're not sure we can live a peaceful life. After all, what we do is what bandits do. And that Highness also said that the Spanish are starting to take notice and have set traps. It seems our lives are about to get tougher. We might be caught by the Spanish before long. Rano walked over to the bed and sat down, then looked at Pedro seriously and spoke to him. Pedro nodded, agreeing with Rano's words. While bandits often share their loot with the poor, it ultimately didn't help many people. Moreover, the Spanish would not sit idly by when it came to groups like theirs. I heard that in Lisbon, many thugs were arrested and imprisoned. I imagine the Spanish did not want the public security to continue to deteriorate like this. After all, even those thugs were arrested, so how could they let off even worse bandits like them? Our ideals were not like this. I remember when we said we would organize the oppressed people to resist the Spanish, but in the end, we became bandits. Rano smiled bitterly, his face looking very sad. Rano, I haven't forgotten my ideals. It's just that we don't have the power right now. We are still young and can slowly build up our strength, Pedro comforted Rano. Young? Slowly build up our strength? Pedro's eyes flickered at this. Pedro, you are still too young to say such things. Rano shook his head, showing that he disagreed with this statement. Time wears away our ambitions and ideals, and age diminishes our courage. So, while I still have the courage to do something big, I want to take a gamble. Pedro remained silent in the face of Rano's objection. Give me the address of that prince, and I'll go and contact him alone, Rano said, rising from the bed and approaching Pedro. You leave here and gather the rest of your companions. If anything happens to me, you take them away immediately and find a new place to live. No. I can't let you do something so dangerous. I'll go. Pedro shook his head, rejecting Rano's suggestion. He didn't want Rano to take the risk alone, it was too dangerous. If the crown prince were to do something bad, anyone who went to him wouldn't be able to escape. Furthermore, Rano had always been the backbone of their group. If anything happened to him, the entire team would fall apart. Pedro didn't want that to happen, so he felt it was best for someone like him to go. Besides, he'd already had a few encounters with Zhao Hongyu, so the security issue was probably a bigger deal. Listen to me, don't refuse. Rano grasped Pedro's shoulders and gave him a firm shake. Tell me the address of His Highness right now, and I'll go see him right now. Rano was determined, and Pedro couldn't change his mind. Furthermore, he believed that only by going alone would he appear worthy, gaining the crown prince's trust and demonstrating his sincerity. If anything went wrong, he'd just handle it alone. He knew that what he was doing with these young men would inevitably go wrong sooner or later. He'd just assume it was a disaster. Regardless, getting arrested himself was better than everyone else getting arrested. Rano, as the group's big brother, was a well-deserved position. In this day and age, it was rare for someone to be so considerate of others. Especially in Europe, a land so selfish and focused on money. It was precisely for this reason that his fellow group members followed Rano's lead. After much persuasion from Rano, Pedro finally gave in. He told Rano where Zhao Hongyu lived in Lisbon. This was no secret at all, and Zhao Hongyu had never concealed it. After learning Zhao Hongyu's address, Rano walked out the door and prepared to start his journey. He let out his horse and sat on it. Pedro, you must leave here immediately. Remember to ask for news about me in Lisbon. If you hear that I'm in trouble, do not stay and take your companions and leave immediately. You can go anywhere you want, but don't tell me. Pedro nodded repeatedly in response to Rano's instructions. Rano had a reason for telling Pedro this. He didn't know if he could withstand the torture if he was caught. Therefore, it was the right thing to do to let Pedro not tell him where they were going. Because only in this way would he not betray his companions when he was tortured. Remember what I've said to you. After I leave, I won't return to your place. So go gather your companions. You'll lead them from now on. Rano, if nothing goes wrong, how can we find you? As Rano finished speaking and was about to leave, Pedro suddenly asked. Rano reined in his horse, thought for a moment, then turned back to Pedro and said, If we encounter any problems, and if the talks with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince go well, I'll leave a mark at the Lisbon dock." Pedro nodded. Rano shook the reins, squeezed his legs, and galloped off. "Be careful," Pedro shouted, waving his arms from the doorway of Rano's house. Only after Rano disappeared did Pedro find his horse and return to the village to retrieve Otto. Then, following Pedro's instructions, Pedro began to gather his companions from the surrounding villages. Rano galloped towards Lisbon. At Rano's speed and distance, reaching Lisbon would take at least 12 hours, and by the time he emerged, it was already dark. "Hope everything goes well, and I can achieve my dream. I always feel that there's something meaningful in the words of His Royal Highness." Rano sat on horseback, pondering the meaning of Pedro's words. To be continued. Please search Shinewin for better novels and faster updates. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.